was a little loud on my end. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to the stream. Little pre-show action going on here. I won't actually be doing the main stream until the anniversary stuff until a little bit later on, give people a chance to get in. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Good. The volume is all over the place with this. There we go. T-Tech Trab, thank you so much. Happy anniversary. Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you. Retro Gamer 77. Can't believe it's been 5 years. It's flown by for me as well. So hopefully it's flown by for you too. I can't remember if I showed this off last time. But you guys saw the game room sign that's back here now, right? That's something that's a new addition that I usually try to do something new for each anniversary. But I didn't really have much of a project to go through. Yeah, let me deal with the music real quick. It's gonna sound a little distorted only because it's coming out of the back of the console and not out the stereo audio jack. And yes, it is a bit. It does get a bit. I call it overamped out of the back of it. But this is out of a Model 1 Sega Genesis. Looks great. Yes, it does. Thanks, T-Tech Trab. Let me go to webcam only here. You can probably hear it. So the sign above me is brand new. I actually won that at the arcade. I redeemed my tickets for it. So that was one of the things I could add to the thing. One of the things I didn't realize is that it flashes as it goes through. So yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that's been going on as long as it has. But anyway, I had enough tickets to redeem it for that. I also got a PlayStation sign. They didn't have an Xbox sign. I was really hoping they'd have something like that. But anyway, let's go ahead and switch back to the other view so you guys can see what's going on here. Or you all. OXO, welcome to the stream. 5 years? No way. Think I found my channel in 2020. Yep, you've been here for a while, I was going to say. Feels like you've been here since the beginning. You mean clipping audio? It could be. It's a little overamped. Yeah, it could be clipping out my sound capture device. I tried to tone it down, but it probably is not going to do much for the overamp. Sonic is meant to be loud. Even though Play It Loud was Nintendo's slogan. Been doing that. Nostalgia64, welcome to the stream. Hey, how's it going? Hey, it's going great. I honestly, earlier this week, I can't remember exactly when I looked at it, but I usually try to do something. I knew I was coming up to the end of my production schedule on Season 5. I call it Season. So each year is a season. We're on Season 5 right now, and I could not believe August 28th, 2017, that's when I posted my first video on here. So I'm going to do a little game stream at the beginning of it. Yeah, that was a great one. I like it. I got that because I won the jackpot. You're never going to guess the game I played. Wheel of Fortune. Yes, I played the arcade Wheel of Fortune redemption game. And that's what got me the game room sign. So yes, I was very happy. I hope it lasts longer. It feels incredibly cheap. It still looks great even if it's not lit up, but I like it when it's lit up too. I wish there was a setting though just to keep it lit up all the time. Because if I'm correct, the G is going to be the first to go because it's almost always lit up. And then the rest of the sign will be on there, so eventually it's going to look like an old store sign, I bet, where it says part of that's out of there. I'm going to look. I tried looking for my cord earlier, and I couldn't find it. It's a little RCA split cord that goes from the headphone jack into left and right audio. And yeah, it's not up here. I had it for my Neo Geo as well. I think it was for the Neo Geo. No, the Neo Geo used a different splitter cable. Maybe it'll go better as... Maybe it'll be better as we play through it. Which is funny, this is split audio. Sounds much better when I do that. I can look for that chord. Like I said, I was just planning on starting this earlier. I'm not gonna look for it too long though, because we do want to get to some gameplay. But I will ask, how are you all doing this week? I missed the stream last week because of my birthday, and that's where we went to the arcade and I won that sign. I wanted to rent out part of the arcade, but it didn't work out that way. Let me see if I can move that around while I'm looking through this. But it was actually just the same price. I'm sorry, it was a lot cheaper just to let... We went bowling, and then we did the arcade right after. You know, like I said, I had it up here for the purposes of capturing footage from the Sega Genesis, actually. Let me look around for a little bit. You guys keep chatting, I'll keep looking at it. I may have too many consoles. Oh, way too many consoles. Alright, let's see what this does. So this isn't the chord I was referring to, but it's the chord I have right now. Sounds like a line from Batman. Let's change out the audio, let's see how this works. Alright, that's in. Now we're muted. I got caught on my shoulder, and now sounds a little soft. But it does sound a little clearer. Putting a built-in slider on 5. Oh, putting the built-in slider on 5. Yeah, that's about where I'm at. It does sound a little soft to me, though. I'm a little hard of hearing, though. Oh, that's a little better. Do I have to crank the volume up a little bit, though? Nothing but professionalism on here, right? Believe it or not, that's with my card maxed out. So the Sega Genesis is on 5. My capture card is now maxed out. It definitely sounds softer. Let me know how that sounds, though. I know I can stare at this all day. The reason why I wanted to play Sonic 2 at all is because I just watched the Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie. First time I saw it was this morning. And now let's get started. Which, by the way, I'm not going to give any spoilers. I thought Sonic 2 was better than Sonic 1. Not just the game, but in movie as well. I will say there are definitely things I can tell where they're trying to make the movie more likable. Especially, I guess more likable to kids. By referencing things that kids have already seen. Like, I remember at one point in time he calls Knuckles the Winter Soldier. Like, alright, that's because, oh yeah, Marvel, and probably a lot of the kids that are seeing Sonic have probably seen at least one of the Marvel movies. Although, that's not the same company that does this, so I'm surprised they would mention any competing companies' products. Oh. Sonic, I believe, was the original Troll game. Where he keeps, Oh, hang on. We gotta get that on. Winter Soldier is your dad's favorite Marvel movie? I thought... I liked the first, well, no, I didn't. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna make some enemies here, but I did not like the first Captain America movie. It had great potential, but it seemed like it just misses the mark. The Winter Soldier, 100 times better. Love the Winter Soldier. Ooh, I just barely made it. I gotta pay attention to this as I go through. Sonic the Hedgehog 1 was good. Again, left some to be desired. But Sonic the Hedgehog 2 really hit a sweet spot for me. Maybe because they made it more like the games than the first one. The first one was more grounded in reality, which was kind of the point when they showed that realistic Sonic model, or realistic, awkwardly designed Sonic model that apparently they were bullied into changing by online bot accounts. I think it was a good change. It definitely gave the movie a chance where it otherwise might not have had it. Here we go. And here comes my Chaos Emerald. Hey, Chinook, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining me. It's been 5 years. I've yet to do the anniversary stuff, which for some reason that's what's showing up on the title screen. But I'm streaming some Sonic 2 because... Oh, whoa. Why am I not capturing this? The Sonic the Hedgehog 2 footage I have captured is either from 480i... Well, I guess 480i capture... or it's from emulation. But this is upscaled to 1080 from original Model 1 hardware. So I definitely got to get some footage from this. Hey Ross, welcome to the stream. Thank you, I appreciate that. Congrats on the 5 years, yep. As I said, I did not know until I looked it up last week. I knew I didn't have a video coming out last week. And I scheduled the stream, and I thought to myself, oh my gosh, Sunday is the anniversary. So, August 28th, 2017 is when I published the first episode of Player One Start. Before that, the only thing... I had a couple of playthroughs on my channel. I did a playthrough of... Oh, I gotta go through the double loops, hang on. I had a playthrough of Sonic the Insane Trilogy, which was new at the time. I also did I thought I did a playthrough of a couple other games, too. Mostly PlayStation 4, because the PlayStation 4 had streaming built in. And I didn't have a capture card of any sort at that time, except for a DVD recorder. So, I did a couple playthroughs that got almost 0 views. The only video that ever got views from any of my playthroughs before I started the show is the only one still on here, and that's my first video on the channel, and that's the how to get to the secret level in oh, what's it? I keep wanting to call it Insanity Beach. It's whatever the secret level is where you hit the UFO sign in the Insane Trilogy. That was the only one of my videos from the playthrough series that ever got any hits. So that's the only one that's still on there. But then I got a Sega Master System up in Chicago, or actually more correctly, Schaumburg, Illinois. No, I'm sorry. Tinley Park. It's somewhere... I can't remember the exact name of the town. It's right there between Batavia, Tinley Park, and a couple other suburbs of Chicago. Back before it was a war zone. So, no offense to those of you in Chicago, but you know it's true. Now, what else was I thinking? I just streamed this not too long ago, too. I'm only streaming this now because I just watched it earlier today, and I thought, I have to get back into this game and see if I can get through it again. And if I'm right, last time, yes, I did stop before the level that I wanted to get to. So, if I think about it, I'll probably... If I get stuck, I'll probably skip a couple levels. And because I want to get to Mystic Cave Zone. I think the last one that ended my playthrough was Hilltop Zone. And I want to get to Mystic Cave Zone and Oil Zone. Possibly Metropolis, but I will not be able to defeat... It's been years since I've been able to have the reflexes to defeat the Robotnik robot on this game. And yes, I was very happy to see the Robotnik robot in Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the movie. So I think it's better than the first one. Obviously, it's meant for kids more than adults, so adults listen to this. Unless you're a huge fan of Sonic, you may not get any enjoyment out of that movie. It is definitely a kids movie. But if you have kids, that wouldn't be a bad one, and you're a fan of Sonic, it's not a bad one to watch with your kids. My opinion of it. There we go. I always try to get through here as fast as I can. Hey, Italian, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the congrats. I appreciate it. This stream is unexpected. How long do I plan to stream today? That's a great question. I can only answer it with, I guess, until I get tired. I had planned to start at 6, so that's when the anniversary stuff will start. I have plans to do a live commentary over a couple of past early episodes as a special treat for those of you who have been here for almost the whole 5 years. And it's just great to take a look back and just see how much the channel has evolved in the last 5 years. I look at my earliest videos and sometimes I cringe a little bit because I'm like, oh, I would really like to, I guess it just shows that I've improved. I've definitely improved in the overall quality and just how I structure videos. So yeah, I'll say at least for the next 3 hours. We'll just say that. 3 hours is usually a good time to stream. Anytime after that, and usually it's down to me and a few hardcore people who are just trying to pass the time before bedtime. I don't think I'm going to get it again, but I'll try. Yes, pregame show going on right now. I did notice there's football games going on today too, and in football season sometimes I'll watch that. But I am also announcing that I have to switch my stream dates because school's back in session, and I do the football clock for our high school. So Friday nights and Monday nights. Monday nights is the JV and freshman game. I'll be doing the football clock for our home games. It's only 4 times a year, but just to make it consistent, I'm going to switch back to Sunday nights until the end of my scholastic coaching season. Ooh, Tuesdays and Thursdays should be reserved for esports. Dang it, Tails, you're useless. Oh. I'm very shocked I made it through that. At 140 rings. I usually don't get... The second time usually throws me off a bit more. Because you'll round a corner and these things will definitely get you. Oh! I had it too! Just don't hit any... There we go. They just don't hit any more. I got 2 emeralds. Nice. No, but I was saying about the earliest parts of the channel were... I did some video game playthroughs, which sadly, thanks to the server crash I had and the server crash of 2019, I lost a lot of the earliest stuff on the channel that I've taken down. So I've made a point. I don't take anything down anymore because of that, but there are some videos that didn't do well. I wanted to redo... I did a review of The Legend of Zelda. That was, in my opinion, just terrible. I only played through 1 dungeon, and the whole Legend of Zelda review for the NES was only 10 minutes long. And a lot of it was just showing the first dungeon. So I wanted to redo that Legend of Zelda review eventually, but I just never got around to it, because I do more of... I stopped doing game reviews and started doing console reviews. So, but that video is completely lost because I had a server crash and I took it down off of YouTube. Because YouTube doesn't like it when you put videos on there that don't get a lot of views. It really affects your channel. I don't know if you knew that. And especially in the early days when I left that stuff up there for people to... Oh, I almost made it. This is the only time Tails is helpful, and he's already died. I am shocked that didn't get me. One of those blue things that he picks up, which is funny, he picks up pink liquid and it drops little blue droplets. Hey Joel, welcome to the stream. By the way, new subscriber just joining us. I've noticed a couple of comments on my videos, so I appreciate you joining us in. So it may not be as impressive to you. Oh, I know why this is messed up. There we go. You guys actually want to be able to see the game instead of those black bars? See, I fixed the audio, but I didn't fix the video. And sadly, this happens a lot more on stream than I care to admit. I usually do a professional job when I'm given more time to edit out my mistakes. Looking to see if I can get... Oh, I should have got that. And now I can't get back up there. There we go. Okay, somehow I went through that guy. There we go. That's the fastest I've ever gotten through there. You DM me the debug codes. I'll have to look at that. I remember there was a level select code, which I will use if I get stuck on the hilltop zone again. Don't you worry. There's a lot of videos on YouTube that removed... A lot of videos on YouTube, and they removed a gaming video. Yeah. Jim Carrey's comedy is no longer in fashion. Still enjoy his comedy very much. It's very old school. It's more slapstick, and I think that's something that people are getting away from. I personally saw the first Sonic the Hedgehog movie as Jim Carrey's return to form. I thought he was one of the best parts of the first movie, to be honest. Even though I didn't care for what his portrayal of Robotnik in that one, and of course in the second one, I'm much more of a fan of his portrayal. Wonder if Sonic Frontiers is going to be a hit or a flop. You know, time will tell, but there's going to be different standards. Ooh. There's going to be different standards people are going off of for that. Is it going to be the hit that Super Mario Odyssey was? I couldn't tell you. What I can tell you is it'll probably be one of the better Sonic games, and it's going to be an evolution. That's something that Nintendo continually relies on, is your nostalgia of the past, but they also innovate. And I think that's something that Sega is going to try to do with the next Sonic game. So, to date, they have yet to make a 3D Sonic game. Darn it. Ah, I need at least one ring. They have yet to make a 3D Sonic game that has lived up well for a long time. I personally enjoyed... Sonic Colors is kind of 3D. I would consider that more of like the pseudo 3D style. Whoops. Oh, there we go. Just barely made it. Come on. So now I'm trying to pay attention to what I'm doing here. And it's not working out when I have to talk so much. You can tell I'm not used to being down here. This is what happened to me last time, these little freaking fruit fly thingies. Dang near killed me. That was... I should have stayed there because that was probably my thing. It is overdue. Sonic Colors is good. I like Sonic Generations. That one was pretty good. Oh, it wouldn't let me cheat on it. Sonic Generations I thought was good. I liked Unleash. Sonic 06 was one of the first games I bought for the PlayStation 3. Did not care for that one. But I didn't know why it was so bad. Oh, come on. Okay, get one that I can actually jump on, please. Thank you. Oh, I can actually jump on that one. Okay. All you need is it's like 4 pixels up, and that's all you need. Hey, Leslie, welcome to the stream. They've been better off with Shinobi as a mascot. I don't know about that. The cuteness factor of Shinobi would not be as recognized. I mean, but to say the truth, Sega is still making a lot of money off of Sonic as a character. That I do agree with that. They were trying to be adult with Sonic, but what they really should be saying instead is that they were trying to be juvenile with Sonic. Sonic is very juvenile. That's a coveted demographic, especially for gamers, is people in the ages of 13 to 15 is what I'll say. Because he's mischievous. He looks cool to a kid, but you have to have a character like this instead of something like Mario. I mean, I'm not saying Mario couldn't be cool to a 13 to 15-year-old, but we can all agree that Sonic definitely would have more of an appeal at that age level. I have heard it mentioned several times who would win in a fight, Sonic or Super Mario. And the only answer I always give to that is it depends on what power-ups Mario is able to give. Because Mario is nothing without his power-ups. I mean, yeah, he can crush turtles on a single jump, but Sonic ain't no turtle. But ow. They should add more adult humor. Are you talking about in the movies, or? That is something. That's what I said. They're really going for a broad appeal with Sonic, and it's very evident in their story and everything. Like, I don't know. It's hard to explain to me because it feels more kiddie than most of the other kiddie movies out there. Think about the first Toy Story. If you haven't seen that in a while, I recommend going back and taking a look at the first Toy Story. There we go. That's a nice. And just seeing how many jokes you didn't get as a kid, and you're thinking, how on earth did that joke make it into a Disney kids movie? Disney Pixar, I guess. And I missed my checkpoint there. The games. I can see that. Make Sonic rated T for teen instead of E10. Or is E10 good enough for you? What? The physics. One of the things I think is kind of strange is I think the physics in this game are a bit broken. Okay, I definitely don't want to lose my... I feel like I got lucky the first time, so I need to get... Oh yes, this area could... You can spend an hour trapped in that area if you don't know what you're doing. That's 100 rings, but don't worry, I'm not going to end the stage with 100 rings. Yeah... I don't think I'm going to get it, but we'll try it. Hold on a second, Richard. You said you were at a mall today? Where's there a mall still? Found a 1940 Zenith shortwave radio lister for $95. Those look pretty neat. Did it have all the dials and switches on it? Rise from your grave. That was in response to your Altered Beast comment. I remember that game more in arcades, and it was probably a weekend rental, but we didn't get a Genesis until around, what was it, 1994? So, Altered Beast was a little dated by that time for us. No! Tails, you dummy. Four rings. By 4 rings. As a UK gamer in 91, we got the Master System version of this, slower but still fun. Oh, I will play that version before the night is out, actually. Because for those of you who are longtime viewers of the channel, you might be aware the very first video of Player One Start. Oh, I almost got hit. The very first video of Player One Start is on the Sega Master System. It's partially what inspired me to actually make the channel. Because out of all of my friends here, none of us owned a Sega Master System, and none of the friends that I remember, that I still talk to, remember the Sega Master System, like that it was even a thing. And yes, my overseas people from Brazil and the UK, oh no. Cannot believe that we completely ignored the Sega Master System. That ain't gonna work. Not gonna happen. Not gonna do it. No! Now I gotta redo that whole thing. Is the Master System controller that bad? I don't think so. It's efficient. The only thing that I would say is probably the biggest nitpick about the system nowadays is that the pause button isn't actually on the controller. It's on the console. But I think back in the day it was more common for people to have their console sitting on the floor next to them as they were playing their system than it is today. I mean, the Nintendo Switch pause button is on the console when you have the Joy-Cons docked in. Tails is getting his butt handed to him by this machine. You know what this machine reminds me of? It reminds me of the Claw game in an arcade, and it was probably meant to. Claw! I'm making a lot of Toy Story references during this. The Claw is our master. The Claw decides who will stay and who will leave and who will stay. Yep. Ah! There it goes. Yes, this is around the time when I usually mention... Do you know how long it was before I realized that Tails' real name is Miles per Hour? And that stood for miles per hour? Or miles per hour? Which is strange coming from Japan, because aren't they on the metric system? Shouldn't that be... Shouldn't his name be km per hour? What? Rigged. This game's rigged too, Retro Gamer. I'll give you 6 rings for this guy. Does anyone know a better strategy than the one I'm using to hit him? Tails is trapped. Nope. Oh. Thank you, Tails. Dang you, Tails. Dang you, Tails. Thank you. And when I meant that, a better strategy than the one I keep screwing up. They knew what they were doing by putting the most janky physics with this boss. With something that requires precision timing to pull off correctly each time. But the final boss on this one, that Robotnik robot, is terrible. Ooh, I could have got him there. Is that what it is? Nope. There we go. That's a better strategy. You usually have the supersonic code for this? Oh, back in the 90s, we didn't know that code. Wait till he starts to drop a bomb on the flip and then flip her towards him. Yeah, that's what I try to do, but I don't have the patience. But thanks, Dad. Welcome to the stream, and thank you. I did have a good birthday. Master System's biggest problem was the pause button. Your brother and you would shout out to each other to hit it when needed. That is awesome. That does sound like something we would do. Or my older brothers would recruit me to do. Here, you can help us play this game. Press that pause button when we tell you to. And then they get upset because I just keep hammering that button whenever. Just to see if I can get them. That's one of the things about this game, is that the soundtrack just, I think, keeps getting better with every level. The first theme's pretty good. I don't really care for Chemical Plant Zone's theme, even though it's iconic. The Casino Night one is okay, but my favorite themes are coming up still. This one's kind of neat. This is back when I would hook this up into a stereo system and blare it while I played it. I can only imagine what my parents thought of this. Oh, you guys want to see what's over here? There's nothing over here, but it's kind of okay. Just a whole lot of nothing. Oh, can I get up there? Maybe I can't. Ooh, I forgot about that. As I said, original troll game right here. Maybe I'll make it through this without dying. For some reason I couldn't make it past this at all without dying. Nope, I don't have 50 coins. I don't have 50 rings. I almost said coins. Oh no. Nintendo gonna be after me. You and Sonic no have a decoin. I have a decoin. The YM2612 can pull off some realistic rock organs, yes. But that's being said, I'll say this. I said this game has a lot of good themes from it, and that's true. But on the whole, I am not a big fan of the Genesis sound chip. I've gotten a lot of flack from people for saying that, but I'm like, that's honest to goodness my opinion. I don't say that to try to get people upset or get clicks by making people upset or anything. It's just what I believe. But a lot of that... Ooh, I forgot about those fireballs he has to unleash. Part of my issue is that the default sounds of the chip aren't very good, and lazy game programmers didn't utilize it well. And, yep, I'm missing my... I usually have an invincibility thing going on here for this area, so that doesn't happen. And it's going to happen again, and now I'm going to die. Ugh. Thunder Force 4. Oh no, I agree. There's some good songs on here. That's why I said by default I should have grabbed some rings, because that's going to happen now. See, this is what ended my playthrough last time. Should I go ahead and do the debug mode now? Ooh, nice. That doesn't really even give me enough height to make that jump, does it? I'm pretty much dead if I fall down here. Oh, I appreciate that. Everyone says the Sega Genesis controller, use the Sega Genesis controller on Master System. Well, I'll let you know this. I'm actually playing this on the Model 1 Genesis, but I will be playing using the backwards compatibility mode. Yep, worth it. I will be using the backwards compatibility mode to play some Master System games here in a second. Well, not in a second, but we're getting close. We're getting close to showtime for the anniversary stuff, so you guys are sticking around. We should be getting to that here in a little bit. I will say there's a lot more backtracking in Sonic games than there is in Mario games. Don't really care for what's back there. Keep moving to the right. I guess by the time Mario World came out, there was some backtracking. Here we go. Another chance for the Emerald. I want the rings. Not going to worry about that because I want the rings for this final boss fight. What? I missed the jump, and now I'm out of rings. I had 67 opportunities to grab rings. I got nothing. Thankfully, this boss is one of the easier ones. Doesn't it feel great to get there before the camera's already over there? Power base converter, yep, that's what I have. I'm using the Model 1 Genesis for a reason. Not just because it has the best sound. This is one of my favorite themes. I feel like I need to crank this up. And there's one of the trolls. I also appreciated that too. In the movie, there's a part where if you miss it, where he's going through this temple, where all of a sudden a wall of spikes just comes out and hits it and tries to hit him. And I'm like, oh my gosh, if that doesn't sum up Sonic the Hedgehog 2, I don't know what does. And I think part of this is supposed to be Sonic CD. Oh, he started doing this little flashy thingy. That could have killed me. There's a lot of things that could have killed me, but that in particular. What the heck? I'm suddenly reverting to my curse words I would have used in the 90s. Heck, golly gee, gosh darn. There you are. That blast processing. Hey, Reggie, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Playing the classics, yep. Oh, the sit chip from the Commodore 64, you know? That's another one I like. I didn't realize how much I like the sit chip from the Commodore 64 because for a while I'd only heard it emulated. And some emulators of the past weren't able to give it justice. Ooh. But now that I've heard a SID chip proper, and I've heard a lot of good tunes on it, there's one of my favorite ones is RoboCop 3's theme on there. I mean, Commando is another one that's one, but RoboCop 3's theme on there that thing's bumping. Oh no, I missed it. But get the checkpoint there. No, I want my rings. I need the rings for the boss battle. And since I already missed a Chaos Emerald, we ain't getting the final ending willingly on this one. Make them stop. I like how Tails kind of lets you know what in the environment can kill you and what you can... Oh, of course. Go ahead. It's amazing how much of this level I remember, despite not making it here that often as a kid. And that should be the final. And this part will get me only because these spikes that fall from the ceiling are very hard to see. Oh no! That was not... Yay! Yay! Ah! I'm shocked. I am absolutely shocked I made that through in one try. Just so you know how all the boss battles are, the most difficult one, in my opinion, is on Casino Night Zone. And then, finally, the last boss. Yeah, that RoboCop 3 theme had deep bass for its time. That's why I said it was bumping. Another one of my favorite themes from this one. This was one of the games, I think one of the first games we got for the system back in the day. Oh yeah, we're slipping on oil here. Which, after hearing this, I was surprised at how many games didn't sound good. Uh-oh. Oh, good. How many times is that going to happen? Bum, bum. And most of the time I die in this one is because I run into unexpected spikes. Because there's several ways you can always fall down from these areas. Like right there. I thought I could time that out. Sometimes it works to your advantage to fly through these levels, and sometimes it doesn't. Later on in the game, the later parts of the game do immensely slow down. For a game that always wants you to be going fast. Oh! No, don't throw me down there. Don't throw me down there. Come on. No, it won't let me up there. I was just up there. Oh, I didn't see you. Try that again, shall we? So this is the path. This is the path I needed to take. There we go. I am quiet and enjoying the game. Yep. Well, it's been a while since I've been to this part of the game. Last time I did not make it this far on stream. Been playing this game for well over 5 years. And that's part of the thing too, is that I'm quiet because I enjoy the music out of this level, so this is definitely something that I don't want to ruin the experience for anybody else. But I guess I'll ask you guys, what are you all playing lately? Retro, modern? Don't have time, just like watching me play? I'll say one of the more modern games I've been playing lately were Curved Space, which I tried on stream a little while back. I was trying to think of what else I was playing just recently. Oh, here's some news. I found out that in the state of Illinois, the sports league in Illinois is called the IHSA, which is High School League Sports. They officially added esports during the pandemic, so we were doing exhibition matches at my high school. I helped coach that, and they've officially made it a sport. And last year they had their first state series, which we competed in, which was awesome. We competed in Rocket League and Smash Bros. Were the two games that we competed in at state level, and it was awesome. Probably one of the highlights of the year for me. I keep wanting to go this way. But anyway, I found out that they're going to add Mario Kart 8 Deluxe as an official state esport. Yep. Saw that coming. Stay. So that's when I started playing that again, and I have to get the tracks for it now. The tracks that they want you... What?! You can die with invincibility? I've never, ever seen that before. Or if I have, if it was on stream last time, I've completely forgot about it. I was invincible! How can you die? Nope. I'm making my way up. I cannot believe that just happened. So I have to go down this way anyway. In the history of game BS, that was the most BS. But anyway, so that's another sport that I'll be coaching, esports. Ooh. Oh, I didn't die there! Now I'm just bitter. I'm bitter. I'm bitter and old. So anyway, the reason why I'm happy about it is because we're going to get more people on esports, I bet. I'm not that good at Metropolis Zone, But I will look that up. Retro Gamer, you said you sent me the debug codes. Where did you send that to? You said DM, but I'm on multiple. Oh, I think I see it. I see it. Yep. Let's see. Did I try this last time and I failed at it? Oh, I forgot. This is my EverDrive cartridge, so it's going to show you everything that's on here. Oh, come on. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I'm trying to show your 8-year-old niece the different version of Sonic the Hedgehog for the UK for the Master System. She only knew the Genesis version until yesterday. I don't even think my nephew, when he was about 8 years old, I showed him that too. He's in his 20s now. He finally gave me back my childhood Sega Genesis, but I think he would probably be nice to see that too. Alright, so here we go. I know there's a way to skip all this, but this is just the way I'm used to doing it. Nope. Oh, I skipped. Hey, Dial-Up Chronicles. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much. Saga Master System is not a port, is it? No, it's completely redesigned, and they also released it on the Sega Game Gear. The Game Gear is very similar to the... Did that again. There we go. 19. $65. And okay. So now when I get in there, it should... How do I get into the mode then? Press A and start. Just took me back here. There we go. So I made it through most of the game. We got Metropolis, Sky Chase, Wing Fortress, Death Egg. Let's go to Metropolis. See how this works out. This one isn't bad. Not a port, a new game entirely. Yes. Tinjay, you are correct with that. I have the Switch, but you've been researching online for a PC for racing open-world flight games such as Star Wars Battlefront 2, Squadrons, possibly Oculus Quest 2. Well, I mean, those are games. Retro Gamer, I'm sorry, yeah, Retro Gamer, you took the game, the words right out of my mouth. This is not a fun stage. This is where this game ramps up the difficulty to a level. This is the level outside of those other ones that would most often end my playthrough, causing me to see, is there a way I can skip this stage and just go right to the end? But I have to show people why. Those crab things are half of the reason. But like I said, this whole area is just... Look at those little starfish things. They're terrible. And there's so many enemies that are just there that will destroy you if you don't move in like a frame or two. Those guys are everywhere. And yes, you can... Oh, see? Those, these bolts can kill you if you're in the wrong spot. Oh. Not doing too terrible through this first stage. Oh yeah, and if you didn't notice, this stage has 3. It is the only one in the entire game that has 3. And again, I could have died there. Same with right there. Oh, and I still saw him. What? Okay, I'm starting to sound like Lil Jon. Okay, or Lil Wayne, I can't remember. And that means I have to wait for that to respawn. Nice. So I wasted the invincibility. All I had to do was that, to begin with. Oh! Why? Yeah, for some reason he just walks right off for some reason. If you hesitate for a second. And now it's too high for me to grab. I feel like saying the words that, what was it, Harry or Marv says on Home Alone all the time, instead of cursing. Whatever he says. Okay, do this. All that for a drop of blood. There we go. Sure, that would have been easier. No. No way. Oh, I've already been here. I'm going in circles. This stage like loops. There's the exit. Oh my gosh. Yes, this is frustrating to watch and remember. It's frustrating to play and remember as well. Got about 15 minutes till the anniversary stuff starts. I also thought about building a second enclosed cabinet with a 55-inch curved screen. That'll be nice. Theater chair. That'd be really nice with a flight stick. My brother has something similar set up for a... Yep, there's lava. Or molten metal, whatever you prefer. My brother has a gaming rig set up like that. A racing rig, that's what I meant to say. And there he is. The crab monster. Now I'm out of rings. Guess what? He's gonna do the same... I was gonna say he's gonna do the same thing to me again and just kill me. Oh. You know, I'm surprised they didn't have in this game. They needed to have quicksand. Because quicksand was always a problem in cartoons, right? Let's not forget about those ever helpful gears that just drop on you. Time it out, Tyler. Time it out. Ah! That's what I'm supposed to do. Oh, barely made it through that one. Want to know who's annoyed by that? I'll give you one guess. And it's me. Thought I already killed you. Alright, let's try this again. Oh yes, those thingies. And those things kill you as well. Yep. Oh. Oh, I even avoided him, kind of. Okay. Either Tails just took off in the wrong direction, or I'm still going in the wrong direction. That is the first grasshopper that didn't get me. The second one. But his little starfish frickin' friend did. Frickin' frackin'. Of all the Home Alone references I can make right now. Who designed Kevin McAllister designed this level for sure. Alright, it looks like I'm heading forward somehow. Well, the biggest reason why I don't like the first Sonic game as much is because it lacks the spin dash, and the spin dash is so useful in this game. Okay, that was kind of interesting. And I'm doing so much better with those. Don't get too close to the walls. The walls have spikes. The Sonic the Hedgehog story. Boom! 2 levels down. I'm shocked I'm getting this far. Want a moving chair for flight sims? Yep. Mostly console games I review. Yeah, for the most part. I have theorized at one point in time, about 2 or 3 years ago actually, about doing like an 8-bit computer war, but freaking crab people. Yep. I need rings. Come on, rings. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. I theorized about doing an 8-bit computer war, but I don't have a lot of 8-bit computers. I have Apple and Commodore, pretty much. I did finally get an IBM PC, but it doesn't have a graphics card in it yet, so... Oh, it's not the end? I've got 2 more lives left. We'll take care of these pretty quickly. See what happens if you don't grab those rings right away? We're going back to the main menu so that we can choose a different level. Needs an NT32 and a GPU for it, yep. Hey, Jet Screamer, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much. About 10 minutes I'm going to be going through the anniversary stuff, which is the videos. I just decided to stream this because I watched the Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie earlier today. So now we're going to Sky Chase, which is one of the most chill, relaxing levels. And yes, I was very happy to see the Tails copter make its way into the Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie. And look, he can't crush the turtles, but he can crush the turtles on top of the other turtles' back. No! How'd that happen? Ba-bum-ba-dum-bum. After Metropolis Zone, this level feels so much of a reward. Like, we're sorry we tricked you with a whole bunch. Here's a level to make you like us again. And incredibly easy. You can't fall off of ledges. You get to see the enemies in plenty of time to react to them. That was not good. I'm probably gonna die now. Is he gonna sit there and start tapping his foot? Yep. Sonic's very impatient. Ah, Pete'll be all over me. That's why I'm surprised they let Mario get away with it for so many years. Such a nice level. And now Wing Fortress Zone, which is another pain and a half. Yep, right there. Nice. 5 speakers, and let's see what happens if I just stand here. Oh, I die. Yes, I'm doing this on purpose because I do not want to play Wing Fortress Zone as much as I didn't want to play Metropolis Zone. I do not want to play Wing Fortress Zone. This level is a pain. And every time you walk somewhere, it wants to throw you off the edge. And now, the final zone. And start resets also, that's good to know. But then you guys won't get to see me die in several hilarious ways. And this is where I really need rings, but for some reason... Oh, I won't make it to the robot. Because I gotta defeat Metal Sonic. That's it. Right there. Try that again. I forgot the trick to doing this, if you can't tell. You gotta like, yeah, there we go. You gotta like hit him in a very specific spot. Oh. You guys thought I was just gonna instantly screw up again. Because that's what I thought. I got too cocky. Too cocky. I was pretty close to beating him, actually. Once you know exactly where to hit him. That's it. I can't. I have to go through Metal Sonic and do that. Oh, it's been ages since I've beaten this game. Oh. Well, we're almost close to the time when I was going to start streaming anyway, so do you guys want to see the stuff I had planned on showing? It's almost time anyway. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to see the chat, so I'm going to go back here. Oh, I got a lot of notifications when I was on my other site. There we go. So this will let me see the chat as we go through. And let's go ahead and switch to the vid. So, yep, I'm going to show and do some live commentary over it. This is the very first episode of Player One Start that I ever did. And it's kind of hard for me to watch. There we go. Little buffering issue there. Oh, look at how young I was. There you go. Can you hear it now?
Because I live in a lower populated area and I'm less likely to come across some rare things. Now, while in this store, I found something I never thought I'd see in person, at least not in a pawn shop. I saw a Sega Master System in the front case, and it was reasonably priced. I had the sales clerk take it out of the case and show it to me, and I decided to try it out and test it. We got a couple.
I'm going to turn this down a little bit, but really what I was doing here is, this is the Space Harrier theme, yes. I captured it directly from the console to put it in here, and what you see behind me there is, this is me in front of a green screen. And I pointed the camera basically at my CRT and the Master System all set up there, and I superimposed myself over that background. But this is when I used to do these videos in my attic. My attic was the only place I had enough space in the house to actually set up a green screen and do all this. But it added so much time to the production of a video, I decided to eventually abandon it. But if you look to the left of me, you'll see part of you'll see some I came across this disc replay. And Nintendo Entertainment System games. It's on the shelf, but a temporary shelf before the one I actually put in there, so that wasn't up yet.
So here's what I ended up getting. I ended up getting the Sega Master System with a couple of controllers.
But it's funny how many things I actually set up when I had this going. So, like, this is my kitchen counter, where I film a lot of the disassemblies. I think all the disassemblies I've done, except for one. I have a little under-the-counter light that I had to install to get the lighting right on here. And I think this was like 1 o'clock in the morning, so when I actually took this apart. So I started showing it, and then I was like, well, you know, I need to cut ahead to a few things. And gosh, I can't believe I already had that pill caddy. Oh, yeah. There's another thing, too. I'm listening to the music. All this music is either from the iMovie library or the YouTube library from like 5 years ago. That in itself's kind of nostalgic to me. But yeah, the same setup that I had back then is the same thing that I use now to do all this stuff. Oh yeah, I changed the music halfway through too. I was kind of learning how to do it. And all the generic music, yeah, this was... I think this is one of the ones on iMovie's library. Because I've heard this in a lot of videos. Right, here I am not using the proper tools to get in here because I didn't really have any console repair tools. I didn't have the right size screwdrivers. I didn't have something to bend those tabs back, except those are the only pair of pliers that I owned. And yes, this was the second console I ever took apart. I kind of took a look at it to see there, and then I got a still image to kind of talk over.
A brief overview of the Sega Master System history here in the United States for those who may be unfamiliar with the console. First, it was released in...
You'll notice those jump cuts because I had a script that I'm actually reading off of, and every time I looked down, I edited that out.
Which was Sega's first real home console. They did a redesign called the Mark II, but it was essentially the same console as the SG-1000.
I'm trying to think, this is an Alex Kidd game in the background, but I forgot which one it is. Is it the one where he's in High Tech World?
Which was their third version of a home console. They decided to rebrand and redesign the Sega Master System for the US.
Yeah, I'm hearing myself and I'm hearing the game there on there. Loved it from the first time I saw your first vids. It was so interesting to hear an American perspective on things like the Sega Master System. Yeah, this was what I call a raw review. I actually took the word off of the review off of this because it's really not a review. I had only owned the system for maybe a month before I did this video. I got it that June. I filmed this at the end of July, and you can't really tell because of how brightly I'm lit up, but I am sweating bullets in my attic because I had an air conditioning unit up there, but I couldn't run it while I was filming because otherwise the audio was all garbled, and you could barely hear me over the sound of the air conditioner. So this is the middle of August in central Illinois. It was probably 80 degrees out. That's why I said I filmed this, a lot of this very late in the night, early in the morning, because that's when it was the coolest up there to film, and it was still like 90 degrees in that attic.
Of the Sega Master System, you have two cartridge ports. You have the slot for the game cards that can go on the front, or you have the cartridge slot in the top.
This was some very advanced editing techniques back then. I had to learn how I did all of this as I did it, and then look, the board's all dusty. I didn't do any cleaning when I first took this apart. As I said, some of the stuff makes me cringe, but... And yes, people would always tell me to clean my consoles after.
So the first game
You'll notice that
is after
the transitions that happen too, the transition happens and then I show up on screen because the way that I edit in iMovie, oh look at that, I zoomed in on it too. So this was captured on my DVD recorder. That captures at 480i at 30 frames a second. Well, 10J, I'm talking about 90 degrees Fahrenheit. What's that in Celsius? I should have said that.
and the controls are
90
fairly
degrees
simple, although I'll tell you, every
F2C.
time you see me do a
That is 32 degrees Celsius in my attic. It was probably hotter than that because that was what the outside temperature was. So you can tell why I stopped using that location to film in. It was miserable. But that's where I had set up my little podcast studio because I used to do podcasts for my job. And nobody was watching those either, even the staff that I was creating it for, so I stopped doing that. That's why I got the green screen. I had a desk set up in the corner. I should track down one of those videos, see if I still have one of those.
Again, it's kind of lacking in terms of any sort of a storyline or why you're...
So 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 32 degrees Celsius up in that attic.
I would definitely say this kind of ranks in the category of kind of like an arcade game.
But yeah, for some reason I thought I had to zoom in to make the image fill up the entire screen, and people didn't like that, so... But this is captured off of original hardware, and this was my first. This was the first game I ever popped in.
Sega Master System, Rambo: First Blood Part 2. Now, in the back of the case, you're given a bit.
And you notice there's no like lighting down here because all of my lighting was up in the attic. I still use the same lights that I had back then, but I had no lighting down here in the basement except for the natural light. So, or the over the head regular lighting.
So let's load up the cartridge and let's get started.
I still kind of follow the same format when I play games. Am I zoomed in? Yep, I'm zoomed in again. Because one of the things I don't like showing games that have bars on the sides. I either have to fill the screen with something else or stretch the footage. And people really don't like it when I stretch the footage. But what you're seeing here is I play the game for a little bit.
See, the game is pretty straightforward. Kind of a top-down shooter here, kind of what you would see in a...
And I'm recording this as I'm playing it.
Now up there, it's kind of hard to see, but you can tell I have 3 lives.
I had a little lapel microphone I plug into my then iPhone 6.
Try to demonstrate those for you here in a little
And up, yeah, see, there you go. Now I'm
but just basically avoid enemy fire while
getting some stuff over there. I'm checking this out now as I go through. Yes, this is kind of a Commando ripoff. Instead of Commando, it's Rambo, which you could say that Commando is a Rambo ripoff. So
I actually don't mind it. Good use of green. You can obviously tell you're in some sort of jungle.
You can obviously tell you're in some sort of jungle. See, and that's why I said I'm coming up with this on the fly as I'm playing it. So it's kind of like live streaming, only I didn't have the vocabulary I did back then to describe what I do. Sometimes you forget to put it back into 480p, yep.
Your character moves very slow for all that. And then one thing I don't like about this is whenever you die and you get that game over...
I think you hear my chair creaking every once in a while when I'm recording this. Yeah, it was just, The audio quality is surprisingly good. I remember the early videos having an issue with that. Love it. My partner and I watch your console and game history shows a lot. Oh, I appreciate that, NJ. Thank you.
Whole thing before we get back to the title screen. So I'm going to fast forward here and show you where I got to the end of stage 1. This is after I died many times. And your goal is to get past this locked gate here. And from what I can tell, there's really no strategy except for to keep defeating enemies and don't die until that door starts flashing. And when it does, you can shoot a rocket into it.
So what I would have to do to get this video footage in here is, the video footage was actually still in 4:3, but I zoomed in on it in iMovie just to make it look that much more worse, I guess. But I would record it with my DVD recorder. Then I would rip the file off of a disc onto my MacBook, and then I'd have to use a program to walk that DVD format file into something that iMovie could edit. And in that process, it would de-interlace the video, and it would also get rid of half of the frames of the game, because 60 frames a second, sometimes they would use that for like the enemy flashing there. And sometimes it would either make the enemy disappear or make them solid, but sometimes it still include the flashing. So I don't know if I've been back to this game much since then. I remember I liked playing it the first time, and I did grind through it, and I think I got to level 3, but I don't remember playing it much after that. So here's the Sega Master System controller.
You have the control pad or directional pad. You have a number 1 button and a number 2 button, which are your action.
I don't mind the design. It's a little smaller, I think, than an NES pad, but it's not too bad. The directional pad, though, is hard to tell where you're pressing, at least in my opinion.
Take it and clean it up a little bit, and I think it turned out very nice.
Okay, so I did have some cleaning supplies on hand.
It's time to turn my attention back to the case plastic, and I decided to use some Goo Gone to get these stickers off. I've had better luck with it. I've seen other people who've used...
I kind of modeled this after some... Like, I started trying to duplicate what others had done, and then I was going to say I could change what I want to on it.
And what I do is I'll have it...
I don't remember people using a lot of Goo Gone. Very squidgy. Yes, it is.
Soak for a little bit.
Hey, Christopher Lawrence, welcome to the stream.
I decided to turn my attention to the other side.
5 years ago. I cannot believe this was 5 years. I can't believe I've owned a Sega Master System for 5 years. It's kind of crazy. Because the reason why I collected it was nobody had one that I knew growing up, not in my area. And it was one of those mythical systems because I was a big fan of Sega back in the day, of the Sega Genesis. And I was like, oh, I wonder what the NES version of Sega was. And then when I bought this and I started playing games on it, I sat there thinking, oh my gosh, were we cheated. I love the look of the Sega Master System games. The extra color detail. I'm not a big fan of the sound chip again. It's more of that generic square wave stuff, but it's not too bad. Yeah, I'm just using... This was filmed on my iPhone 6 on a tripod camera mount, which I had for my old podcast that I did.
This turned out very nice. It definitely looks a lot better than it did.
I probably need to clean this up again.
So what are my thoughts on the Sega Master System?
The transition, then I appear.
I'm not the best to judge because I didn't grow up with the Sega Master System. I had a Nintendo Entertainment System, and up until I started collecting game systems in the 2000s, I wasn't even aware of its existence. So I think that the
I actually read the book, The Ultimate History of Video Games by Stephen L. Kent, and that's what got me into the Master System.
Nintendo Entertainment System, and unless you're a
arcade games use that same chip. Yeah, the square wave generator chip. Yep. How many consoles and computers do I have? Do you need more than? Oh my gosh. I actually don't know the total on consoles, but let's go to computers. I have a VIC-20, 64, Apple IIc GS, IBM XT. That's all the old computer systems I have. And then I have a Windows 98 laptop that doesn't have a graphics card. I have a Windows 7 desktop. an iMac G4, and that's about it.
Okay, well that about wraps it up with this video. Stay tuned for future content as I'm working on some other videos to throw into the fray out there. If you liked what you saw, please remember to like and subscribe.
And this was all improv at the end. I was just like, oh yeah, I should probably tell people to subscribe and do all that stuff that other people do. And there it is. That was the first video. And yep, remember to subscribe, and then this was before the thumbnails that currently show up on here. And that was one of the least objectionable ones that I had seen in terms of game content. So that was the first video. Let me show you then, since you guys asked. If you guys want to see the console collection as it exists now, I usually keep it up to date on the website. I don't think I've added the latest console that I added. I don't think I have the Famicom AV on here. But if you click on About Me, it'll take you to me and my game collection, why did I create Player One Start, and goals of the show. There was a page on here that used to keep track of my console collection. So, oh, did I take that offline? I cleaned up this website a lot because there was some stuff on here. Oh, look, there's the store. Contributions made by Player One Start on Wikipedia. Maybe it's in here. These are ones where I've actually written or started the article for other people. Yeah, maybe I don't have it on here. Let's go to... I'm going to do something I said I wasn't going to do. Sites.google.com, which is where I host my website. And you'll see some other websites I've created there a little bit. This was not planned, by the way. I do have a bunch of Game Boys. Didn't Windows 7 go unsupported in 2020? Actually, it was back in 2020 for Windows 7. Yes, I was thinking of XP. So let me go back into Pages since it's hidden now. I thought it used to be on here. All my old guides. Yeah, like I said, I cleaned this up a lot, and I got rid of some of the pages on here. So let's take a look at a behind-the-scenes page. Here's some projects that I'm working on. Yeah, I think I got rid of the donations page and everything. Where is my About? There we go. So this page used to be on there. I'll probably have to publish it again once I get it up to date. But this has everything that was that's currently in my collection if you want to see it. So I'm going to give you a brief rundown. Maybe I'll do a game show tour here in a little bit. Well, not as a video, not actually on the live stream. So this is going to take a little bit to load because there are a ton of pictures. I did have to source all of these pictures because I wanted to look more professional than I have. Here we go. So from the second generation, these are all the systems I have. I have the Atari ACS, Mattel Intellivision. I don't know if all these are going to load, to tell you the truth. Magnavox Odyssey 2, which I have the box for that. The 5200, the Vectrex, the Microvision, and the ColecoVision, which I also have in that. Somebody actually left a comment on a video the other day, and they said, do I have... What does the CBS stand for on my ColecoVision? And it's distributed. The one I have is the international version from Canada. And it was CBS Electronics, like CBS, the television network, is what distributed the ColecoVision I have. So let me see. Here's how many here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I have 7 from that generation. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the third generation. So that's, what is that, 13? 12, that's 12. NES Model 2, Master System 2, the 7800 Pro System, Master System, and NES. I believe Game Boy is considered 4th gen, yep. What did I get on there? Did I just get somebody who subscribed? That's hidden for me right now, so I didn't see that, but thank you for the subscription. Now I see it. Is there another subscriber on there? That'll show up for me in a second. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Nathan Red's also just subscribed. So here's all I have from the 4th gen. There's a lot here. There are 3 Sega Genesises, or Genesi. First one, second Model 3, but then there's also the Nomad, which plays Sega Genesis games. I have the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, the TurboGrafx, and a PC engine. That's not quite the model I have. I should probably update that. That's probably why I took this page down. It's going to have to update it. I do have a CDI that currently doesn't work. It was damaged in the mail. I did a video about that a while back. I don't have a Game Boy Micro, but I do have several regular Game Boys. Just I somehow kept collecting them as people were getting rid of them. The AES is a rare find. I was shocked I was able to get an AES. For 5th gen, I have the Saturn, PlayStation, N64, Jaguar, 3DO. That's actually the model I have, is the FZ10. Game Boy Color, and a Virtual Boy, which I have the box for. Then I have the Dreamcast. I actually forgot to keep counting. So you want to know how many? Here's what we got. There's 7, right? 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 2 is another 12. So that's 24, 25, 26, but that one doesn't work. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50 is the Switch, 51, 52, 53, 54, and the 9th gen, Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5, and the AV Famicom, and the Japanese Sega Dreamcast are all not on there, so close to 60 consoles. That is a lot. I have 2 Wii U's, by the way. For some reason, I ended up with 2. I don't know how that happened. I also have 3 Wii's. So I have a fairly good collection. Here's my wish list. Here are the ones I don't have that I'm still looking for. Oh, I do have a 3DS. My nephew gave me his, so that's actually not on my list anymore. Original Magnavox Odyssey. Would definitely like to have one of those. You have a 1S in your bedroom? That's also nice. Sega CD needs repair. Thanks, Dad72. I appreciate that. Kevin says, the Vectrex with 18 games just sold for a little over $1,000 earlier today. Oh my gosh. That is insane. When I bought my Vectrex, by the way, and that's another one of the lucky finds I had on eBay, no less, I bought it with just the system. And then the guy who sold it to me, like a week later, emailed me and said, oh, by the way, I found a bunch of in-box games. I'm just going to send them to you. He just wanted to get rid of them, and I paid $100 for the Vectrex, which if you know how much that goes for, that was a steal. And it came with Mindstorm built in and 3 cartridges. And then he sent me like 10 more games complete in box with everything in them. I asked him if he wanted anything for it. He said, nope, just you have the Vectrex now. So I was going to sell it all as 1 unit anyway. So here's what I got for my wish list is the Magnavox Odyssey. Really like what have of those. The Sears version of Home Pong I would like to have. A Fairchild Channel F, which is the first one to take cartridges. The Astrocade. Neo CD is not really high on my list anymore. It used to be, but now that I have the cartridge that will play Neo CD games on a regular Neo Geo, I'm okay with it. Atari Jaguar CD would be a nice find. The disc system for the Famicom. XE game system. The CD part of the PC engine. Pocket Neo Geo, either color or black and white. The Apple Pippin. I had an opportunity to get one of those twice, believe it or not. I had to turn it down. Saw the Odyssey prototype at the Smithsonian earlier this year. Yeah, I saw it a few years back. They have an Odyssey at the National Video Game Museum in Frisco, Texas that I went to last year. But I do have a 3DS now. I also have I don't think I included it. Do I have my 2DS on here? The 2DS XL. Okay, so that's on there. Oh yeah, the Sony PlayStation TV is one of the things I have on there too. Yeah, I definitely need to get this updated. So here's what I have for home computers. The 2C, the 2GS. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Macintosh LC, and I forgot about the TI-94A. I got one of those too. I now have a Commodore 64, so let me move that over. I do not have a 128, an Amiga. I don't have any Atari systems. I did get an 8086 original one here. Let's see what I can do. I need another row there, so I'll have to move that over later. Don't have a TRS-80. This was my first home computer, the Packard Bell A950. You guys look that up. I would love to have one of those. They're apparently a pain to maintain. But that's just, I don't have this kind of filled out for everything, but that's the collection as it sits to this date. Eventually, this will be posted back online on the website. Sorry it wasn't right now, but anyway, that gives you an idea for the what I have on there. You actually have 2 Jaguar CDs, but one needs repair? That's awesome. Well, that's the thing. They most often don't work, right? You have the game drive for the Jaguar, but not the CDs. Yep, I have that. Oh. But put the CDs on SD yet? Oh, I should try that. Just got your floppy EMU, bought a brand new Apple IIe controller. Yep, I have the floppy EMU that works for the LC2, the 2GS, and the 2C. The next video I'm going to show, this is actually the first video that this is the first thing I recorded for the channel. And it took me a few weeks because I filmed this, and then the very next day I got a Sega Master System. So I originally was going to do a Nintendo versus Master System video. So I was going to show the Master System, then the Nintendo, and then face off and see which one was better. But I ended up going a different route because not too much later I got a Magnavox, not a Magnavox Odyssey, a Mattel Intellivision. So I went the Atari versus Intellivision route instead. But here's the second video with commentary we got. Again, 5 years ago, this was filmed.
Hi everyone, in this video I'm going to show you how to restore an original Nintendo.
So yep, this is, the game shelf is up now, as you can see here, when I filmed this one. And look at the difference. Hang on, I'm just going to pause this and show. Before I look at that, this game shelf has changed so much. The only games on this shelf now are NES and Super Nintendo games. Everything else has had to be moved off. This at the time, that was my entire Sega Dreamcast collection. Right there at the bottom. I have over 200 games now for the Sega Dreamcast. This was my entire Intellivision collection, along with those loose ones. This is now over doubled. No ColecoVision games yet. Here are some Atari 7800 titles. I didn't even own a 7800 yet. A lot of out-of-box Sega Genesis games, and then a few in-box ones from my childhood are there. But then look at this. This is my entire Super Nintendo collection. 1, 2, 3 shelves. There may be some behind me below the Nintendo Entertainment System games, but man, this was almost my entire game collection when I first started the channel. I wonder if I still have some template footage without this stuff in the way that shows the entire collection. The only thing I wouldn't have put on here, I had some PlayStation 2 games. The only disc-based games on here were the PlayStation and the Dreamcast. So yeah, I put this on here because this was a challenge to me. I had been working as a tech assistant at the school district in my town, and then there it is, the flashing yellow light. This console was found about a year before I attempted this repair.
The cartridge, and some people blow into the cartridge like this. You really don't want to do that because that can actually add moisture to the
I already knew not to blow into the cartridge, but then, hey, Mr. Tamio, welcome to the stream.
These were released in
Doing some live commentary here.
So that means that this system is.
So here, I already had some of the wardrobe. Oh, look, there's another one. There's an Atari 5200 game. Here we go. We'll take a look at this. Here's an Atari 5200 game. I didn't own an Atari 5200 yet. Here's Keith Courage and Alpha Zones for the TurboGrafx 16. Didn't own one of those yet either. So, and then here's the control box for the Atari 2600. Because after this, I started capturing footage for the Atari 2600 to do one of those reviews. So it's kind of funny. This was the first thing I filmed, but this was like the 10th video I made for the channel. And then back behind my giant head there were the only cartridges I had complete in box for that. Oh, some more Sony UMD videos and games for your PSP the other day. That is awesome.
Had the top-loading slot. But because video games had earned a bad rap after the collapse of Atari in the early 1980s...
So there I'm getting some exposition out of me.
...consoles like a toy rather than a game console.
So one of the things that I kind of go over here is, right before I did this, I went furniture shopping for my house. And I was talking to my friend about this same exact thing, about how the Nintendo Entertainment System that we grew up with had an intentional flaw in it. Hey, Kevin, thank you. I appreciate that. Gotta eat, hop on backwards. Okay, no, that's right. Yep. Definitely appreciate that. But anyway, I was talking to my friend about this, and he found it interesting, but I went into way too much detail, and I can tell about 5 minutes in, his eyes started to gloss over a little bit, and he's like, all right, let's move on to another topic. And I did think to myself, I need to find an outlet for all of this game knowledge that I have, where I can just get it out and talk to people about it, and just kind of share my passion with people who are actually really interested into it. And that friend is kind of interested in it. He finds it interesting, but I am definitely way more involved than he is. So here it is. This is my first console disassembly. It's the first console I ever took apart. And I got the courage to actually take this apart because I had been fixing Chromebooks at my school for the past 2 years. So I thought, okay, I don't want to ruin my childhood NES, but I do want to fix it. So I decided, let's give it a shot. Let's try. So here I had my screwdriver, but it didn't fit in the holes, so I had to use... This is a much older screwdriver. Gosh, it's kind of hard to remember exactly what I was thinking when I did this, but this was exactly... I was just like, how do I film this and get this at the same time? So this is just a TV tray that I had. And that's my basement floor behind it, which is a lot less scratched now. Somebody painted that floor before I moved in. And now people think it looks dirty, but it's not. It's you can see some white paint chips missing out of it. It's just because it's got a lot of wear and tear on it by now. And I had never taken this apart before, so I'm making mistakes as I go. Couldn't figure out why the bottom part wouldn't disassemble, so I just took that off. That's the original pin connector from 1988 when we got this thing. It was the first time I'd seen the logic board. Oh yeah, I used a digital zoom in on a 1080p video, so that looks awesome.
Now we're going to take our replacement 72-pin connector and slide it gently onto the board.
I'm using the Mega Man theme in the background of this too.
Then you can go ahead and reassemble the console.
And I kind of did this like a tutorial, but I have actually refrained from doing tutorial. Oh, see, yeah, I did that wrong. I put all those screws in, and I had to take them all the way back out and put these screws back, and that was a mistake that I just fast forwarded through.
Back together, I decided to give it a quick test to see if it would work.
So here I am testing out the cartridge. And that is the first time in like 20 years this console worked without having to fiddle with it for hours. I need to get myself an EverDrive cart for this and just be done with it, so I never have to take that cartridge out again. This system has been a champ, though. It was used off and on for the first 10 years of its life by me a lot. And then around the time we got an HD TV is around the time this went to the attic, around 2007. Then I moved out. I moved into my first house in 2016. And there we go. Captured it with the DVD recorder. So what I would do is I would record it onto a DVD rewritable, which I shouldn't have done because that way when my server crashed, I would have had the physical discs to fall back on for all the lost game footage, but this doesn't look the greatest. It looks so much better through the HD upscaler. Yep, 5 years ago. I remember I played through this game and beat it for the first time on original hardware in this playthrough, but I only show like the first couple levels. Because back in the day, the first time I beat this game was actually on an emulator on a Windows 98 PC. So this was... Right now I'm not saying anything over this because I was literally just like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen this in ages. I don't want to ruin it. And then Duck Hunt. Oh yeah, see, Sonic the Hedgehog is for some reason on top of this. I don't remember why that was there. And Duck Hunt. This is where I learned a valuable lesson. Recording with my DVD recorder on a game like this, I have to use the RF signal. Yeah, I couldn't keep recording it because it introduces a delay where it doesn't let the light gun work. So that's why I switched over to holding my camera in one hand and doing this in the other. It was very crude, but this is the only way I can get it to show up on here. And again, there's no lighting setup down there. So here I am, you're going to see it. There we go. You see the jail bars going in there, and there's some static going, because I'm using the RF input instead of the composite. I learned a lot with this. That's actually how I was able to do the light guns game. Or the light guns video. I can't believe I missed one like that.
Few people today remember the clay shooting round, but this was actually my favorite.
I do remember. I like the clay shooting more than I like the duck hunting part of it. I found this more challenging. And there's even more static on this than there really needs to be. I remember I was able to get this captured a lot cleaner by the time I did my light guns review video.
Now you don't want to push the pins down anymore because
and there we go.
bend the pins again over time.
So the Game Genie actually still lives in the system, so that I don't have to keep yeah, it keeps me from remembering to you can't push down on it anymore, else you're going to get the same issue that you got the first time. Oh yeah, and this is right in front of my game consoles, but I'm using the towel that currently sits on my TV tray. That little towel back there, that microfiber cloth. I used that to cover up the back, so it made this look more professional, because behind there, all the consoles are just thrown in together, and I had memory cards and controllers all strewn about. I didn't have any organization back there, so that little towel made this look a little bit... That towel made an appearance in more videos, I think, than I have.
So make sure you don't use anything stronger than just over-the-counter rubbing alcohol. I'm sorry to say that I learned this from experience.
Yep, I was just about to say.
I accidentally cleaned with the stronger alcohol that I used to clean case plastic.
So if you see that there, I used denatured alcohol to clean the pins off of this one instead of rubbing alcohol by mistake, and it took the pins clean off. In fact... all this stuff around. I keep that game cartridge right here. Well, I can't really see it if you can see it. This is the same cartridge that is missing the pins. I leave it over here as a reminder. Tyler, make sure that you double check which fluid you're using, or else it's gonna ruin your game cartridge. So yes, I keep this. This sits over here the entire time. Every time I work on a game cartridge, this is to remind me that I can't use just whatever's laying around.
And it took the copper pins completely off and
I didn't move this over here because I knew this was coming up. I completely forgot.
I had a lot of fun doing this project.
But it's been sitting here ever since for the last 5 years. It's been sitting over here.
Please remember to hit that like and subscribe button. You can follow me on Facebook or Twitter.
And here I am. I'm having the video zoom in a little bit because I didn't like having the static shot. There's my security bit driver. I don't think my end screens were ever bad, but I didn't like... There, I was already doing the featured music, which I actually stopped doing, and I started crediting in the description because that's apparently what they want. So yeah, this was the first video I ever filmed, but it took me a little while to put it out because I wasn't really happy with it, and I didn't want to publish it. I wanted to change a couple things because I wanted it to look consistent. I didn't want people to think, oh, my first video was so much worse than the rest of my videos, so... There's that one, and then this video, I believe to this day, has either the most views or the second most views on the channel. So this is the first video that was a hit. You can see October 18th, 2017. It took about 2 months, a little under 2 months, for my channel to start getting any traction. Kevin says, oh, real quick, I once owned the Genesis Shinobi game, the rare one with Spider-Man, traded into GameStop for something. Oh, terrible. The Spider-Man with Shinobi, I don't know. I don't know if it's still rare or not. But I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you here in a second. I need to use the bathroom really bad too. So when I come back, I'm going to show you what is probably the most popular video that I have on my channel and do some commentary over that. And then we'll do some Master System streaming to kind of finish up the stream for 5 years. So thank you for joining me. I will be right back. And we'll continue on with the anniversary, just reflection of 5 years ago on this channel.
System of failure.
Gosh, I was trying to think 5 years ago. I'm just trying to think of everything that has changed in the last 5 years, at least in my life. And, you know, you'll notice a lot more gray up here. Different glasses. I am an uncle again. My niece was born later on in the year, actually not too much longer after the channel. I think it was that December. And then one of my grandmas had passed away. My other one was still alive and kicking. Right before I started the channel. Also, right before I started the channel, this is going to sound kind of weird. We had a dog. When I say this dog was, my mom still calls this dog her soul dog. It was 5 years ago she passed away. We had a lab retriever named Bailey. And she was, oh my gosh, she was very influential in our family. And I mean, she was just one of the sweetest dogs ever. And when she passed away, it was very hard. We still, every once in a while, I'm surprised my Facebook memories haven't come up because I have a picture of the first day that we got her. And I have a picture of her last day because sadly she had broken her leg and she had to be put down because she was just going to suffer. So that was close to this time too. So I mean, there was a lot of tragedy born out of this, but I'd really like to say a couple of the reasons why I started the channel is I tried to start a podcast to help teachers learn how to integrate technology into their classrooms, because that's what my day job is. I kind of help out with technology in the classroom. And it wasn't really going well. Like, I noticed some other people who were doing it and were being successful at it. And when I tried it, I mean, I got like 0 clicks. And it was even part of my newsletter I sent out to a staff of 200 people, and I was still getting 0 clicks. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not doing this forever, but I'd invested into this podcasting equipment, this microphone, the other one I have on my desk. And I was doing like a lot of stuff for that. And I realized too, I had transitioned from teaching into technology, and I was really missing the teaching part. So I really got to the point where I'm like, man, I really wish I could do things like I would do in the classroom, but I didn't want to do, I say boring history stuff. I wanted to do something that I really enjoyed. And one of the big things was like, man, I wish I could do something where I did something with video game history. And I did notice there was a lot of video game review channels out there. There's a lot of history gaming channels out there. But I really didn't like how a lot of them are going off. Even to this day, like one of the bigger ones, I don't want to mention one by names, because I do like the channel. I like the video production quality, and I like some of the things they're doing. But what I don't like is when people sacrifice history and accurate reviews for comedy. And that really seems to be a trend that a lot of the top tech and video game YouTube channels on YouTube get. I know. It's one of the things, too. I'm saying they're the top ones, they're the most popular ones. But they always fall into that trap of, well, now we got to do things to get views. Now we got to do things that may sacrifice the quality of the content in order to make it popular. And I didn't, and that's why I said they were sacrificing, like, and I hate to say specifically one channel, but a perfect example for that is Angry Video Game Nerd, who I was a fan of for a while. But when I got an Atari Jaguar and I played one of the games that he had on there, and he was talking about the "Where did you learn to fly?" I'm sure a lot of people know that video. I was shocked to see how wrong or how off that review was, simply because he was looking for a joke and he had to move on to the next thing. And that was back when AVGN was not what it is today. It was more, what catches his interest, what can he get views on, and, bad games. But he sacrificed a review for a comedy bit. And that's when I thought, you know what? There's a space out there for people like me who want to see that without the compromises. So that's one of the reasons why I did this, and this is definitely one that had a lot of compromises, just because I couldn't get a lot of things done. But this was the first time I attempted a large project. This video took many, many hours, but it was back when I was still learning how to do all this stuff. And there we go. I still have the same opening, but notice all this stuff has had player 1. So if you look at this video, one of the things I always point out is I notice that I'm squinting here, because the only lighting I had besides the ceiling lighting was the camera flash. And the camera flash on an iPhone is very, very harsh. So I'm staring at this camera flash and it's like burning into my retinas the entire time I'm looking at it.
Here's an easy question for you. Which of these games is the closest thing to the real thing?
And here we have some poor quality. I had to zoom in on the video a little bit.
If you thought A in television, you're absolutely correct.
So first, I'm not actually going to...
And you can see, now I'm squinting a lot more, and you can see the reflection of the camera flash in my glasses. And I remember thinking, well, I should try to get rid of it, but there was no way to get rid of it. I should have put like a piece of paper in front of it to keep it from doing that, but anywho. Okay, so you can see behind me a bit more, but there's a lot more Super Nintendo games behind me now.
It just completely beats the Atari 2600 in every way.
So in here, I forgot how I made these. I don't think I was using PowerPoint yet. I think I was still doing all that text and the pictures in iMovie.
So you can see exactly what I'm talking about. So that said,
oh yeah, and you can see the Star Wars, Back to the Future, Indiana Jones Blu-rays behind me. Because I didn't have a place for those yet, and I was still kind of organizing that room. There's the blue towel that made the back that didn't really fit. But here's another thing. I had just gotten a Mattel Intellivision. I've had the Atari VCS. So that was a donation by one of my former teachers. And then, yeah, look at this. Every time the TV flashes a different color, it makes everything else turn a different color, because the iPhone is trying to color correct as it films. So, I mean, the lighting is not the best. But, I mean, I'm more direct and to the point, I think, on this.
Down at the bottom is the directional pad, as I mentioned in my previous videos. However, sometimes it's hard to switch directions very quickly because of that disc. There are fire buttons on the sides. It's actually hard to hold this controller with one hand.
All of my opinions from this show are still true. There have been a lot of criticisms about this video. Like, a lot of people think that I was unfair to the Intellivision. Some people feel like I didn't fully explain my ideas, and they're absolutely right. I had to glaze over a lot. I say I had to, but I kind of glazed over a lot, thinking that some things were self-apparent, and that when they obviously needed more explanation, obviously I go into more detail now. But the reason why I haven't redone this video, or remade it, done a special edition, if you will, like a George Lucas treatment to it, is because the end result I still feel would be the same. And I think that most of the people just had a problem that I didn't like the Intellivision. And I still don't. It's still the most cumbersome console for me to come back to. And like I said, so my opinions still hold up in that they haven't changed in the 5 years since I've done this video. So, oh yeah, here we go. Zoom in on that 480p footage. That was nice. But there was no way that I knew at the time how to get both of these videos to show up. And in iMovie, the built-in method of doing it is to just do a side-by-side, and it cuts off part of the image. So here you can see the graphics, and these are uncompromised. These are both out of the native output of the console. They're not upscaled beyond the 480p, or 480i, whatever it would have been. I mean, this is just and some people said, oh, well, one of the consoles looks darker. I did not tweak the footage. Unless my video editing software did, this is how it looked to me when I played it. Hey, Damon, welcome to the stream. How did I get interested in the Atari generation? Most passed up with start. It was all because one of my former math teachers donated that console to me, the Atari VCS. And obviously, as a gaming history guy, I really like the history of gaming. I was like, oh man, I'd love to play games from the Atari generation just to see what it was like. And I was surprised to see how many games that I liked playing on it. Like, this game doesn't control too terrible on the Intellivision. You can see I still have some of the same issues here. I forgot which is which. I should have put that on there. Which one is the Intellivision? Which one's the... The graphics on the Intellivision were most often better, but I didn't like the controller that much. That's why I said, so Frogger, for instance, I love playing Frogger on the VCS, still can't stand it on the Intellivision. So here I'm doing another side-by-side. Television's on the left. Yeah, the Atari looks darker, but that's not because of how I'm editing it.
So overall, I can say that Frogger looks and actually sounds a bit better on the...
Dad says, your video breakdowns on consoles are very informative and entertaining without the use of profanity. And you really... thanks, Dad. I appreciate your comment. That's what I said. If that's for the sake of comedy or for emphasis, they add in comedy skits, and some people think because they add a bad word into it that that's a joke. And again, I don't want to point out just AVGN. Irate Gamer's done it too. The Completionist does it as well. I mean, there's other YouTubers. In fact, I'm surprised I mentioned The Completionist. I used to watch him a lot, and then I stopped watching him because I guess I just had... I mean, I was doing my own channel at that point. And part of the reason why I don't like to watch some of those bigger YouTubers anymore is so I don't duplicate what they do. Like, yeah, I was so afraid in my early part of the channel of being accused of plagiarizing other YouTubers. Thankfully, that hasn't been something people have done here, or accused me of. And there were some games, too. This is back, too. I only had a limited game collection on the Intellivision when I did this review, so I could review more games now, especially because I own more games that are on both consoles, like Defender versus Masters of the Universe. Somebody said, that's not even a comparison to make. Why would somebody do that? I'm like, well, I only own... Oh, yeah. I do like the music for this game. So it's just... This is nostalgia to me because this took so much work, but it was so gratifying to see when this, like I said, it started taking off and started getting views, and it started directing people to my channel because nobody at the time had done this kind of in-depth analysis on both the Atari and the Intellivision, had done a direct comparison. Not that I had seen, not to the level that I was doing here. I'm sure there's other people who've done probably better reviews by now, but again, I said I could remake this now and use my modern capture methods to do it, make it look a lot nicer, but it's not going to change the end result. It's just gonna keep stirring up the same pot. I don't know. If you guys want to see me remake it, let me know, but it hasn't really been on my to-do list because I've still got to get through the 16-bit war, and then I gotta review more than this. To be honest, my timeline for this channel was, once I'm done with this video, which was October of 2017, I thought by Christmas I would be doing an 8-bit war with the with the Sega Master System and Nintendo, not the 7800 because I didn't own one. And then by the end of 2018, I would have done the Genesis versus the Super Nintendo. Again, I didn't own any other systems at that time. But then I got more access to systems. I started taking more time to up the production quality of these videos, and I just decided to take my time, make sure it's done right, And I think it's paying off.
Let's start with Dragster.
I remember I chose this game just because it was one I owned, and I had no idea that this game was going to take off in popularity at about the same time. Look at this, I keep blowing the engine.
Looks like I was forgetting.
First time, it's like the first time I'd ever played it.
I ended up pushing on the gas.
The Intellivision 2 is nice and small. Yep, and that's one I still don't own, Jet Screamer. Atari 5200 Frogger is very frustrating unless you use the buttons. Oh, yeah. You're right, it is. Because that non-self-centering joystick. Yeah, I agree with that. Damon says, have I ever thought of doing a Let's Play? So you're talking about where I do commentary over it, or where I just play a game and show the playthrough of it online? Because I haven't done it with commentary, but what I did do, Enduro. Enduro is a great game. I'm surprised this wasn't covered more often for Atari fans. This is an excellent game. In a similar vein as Pole Position, but it just, look at this. This is some great graphical effects that I never would have thought to see on the Atari, even though it's very primitive.
I actually see a map of the racetrack, and it goes across multiple.
But anyway.
And that's why
yep, that was all that Hunter Bungay, you're right. All that stuff was, look at that. And having the dots for the tail lights, that's genius for limited programming. I'm almost as impressed with it now as I was back then the first time I played it. Activision is amazing compared to in-house Atari. Well, that's where they started. I actually saw one of those Roadbuster patches in person at that National Video Game Museum. I was like, that took me right back to the first time when I started the channel. At that time, it was 4 years ago. And here I have. I'm adding in some of the commercials I had been ripping off. So. But I just wanted to re-emphasize it here, as this is considered one of the best racing games on Atari. You're going to say probably because, yep. That's why I said it all just kind of happened as a coincidence. So I just happened to see Dragster, and I thought it was a fun game. It's a very simple game, but one that's easy to come back to. And I was like, oh, yeah, that'll be one that probably a lot of people played because I thought it was fun. And I had no idea it was going to take off the way it did. Probably helped out with clicks on this video. And here's what I get the most flack for, this sequence right here. And then look at that, all the interference off the RF capture. I was very quickly this, like I said, this looks archaic to me compared to how I make videos today. The car selected. There was nothing keeping me from going through, and you guys have helped me out with this. If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have thought to improve. And sure enough, it let me in. Okay. The controller for the 5200 looks like a phone. So does the as you can imagine, oh, what am I talking about? So does the controller for the Intellivision. So yeah, I could not figure out how to play most of these games, and that's what people were just like. So I owned the Intellivision for maybe 3 months before I did this review video, which probably hurt because I didn't do a lot of research to figure out what people's perception of this console was. But even still, coming back to it, I read the directions, I try it out. Maybe it's because a kid in the 80s would have been more motivated, and there we go, I got the manual out, and then I have to try to figure out what am I doing wrong, and then I still can't. And I sit there going, I'm like, it's not that I'm... Looks like I did that right. I said, a lot of people just call me dumb and stupid for, 8-year-old me had no problem figuring it out. I'm like, well, these games aren't designed with any sort of standardized game rules. And I can't really fault them for that, and I do in this video. I agree that it's wrong of me to fault them for that because there were no standard game design rules back when this console was released. But that doesn't work in its favor. It really doesn't. Just because they came up with their own rules, and it should let you know that it wasn't good game design because nobody else followed Intellivision's example. Everyone followed Atari's example, which was easy to pick up, difficult to master. It shouldn't be difficult to master and then grind through it. I do agree, though, the sports games on the Intellivision are much better than on the Atari. Look at this. This is Atari football. American football. You got some buffering going on? New Intellivision controllers, I think, per pre-order. Numerical pad is in the center. Very interesting. Nice. I always suspected that 7800 was going to have a number pad, but that was changed at the last minute. Yep. That controller's designed
Football game released.
pretty decently.
Sports football.
Having 2 buttons definitely helps.
Modeled a lot more like the Intellivision version.
Damon says, what I really like about Atari VCS is doing the recharge games. Yes, absolutely. They could easily recharge the whole library. Yeah, just do a modern remake of it.
Teams could get past
Once I figured out this game, my problem with this game is that I'm pretty sure... Yeah,
Let's go ahead and try.
it did take some research to figure out how to pick the plays. Once you get that down, this game is not as bad as I make it out to be here.
And the game cartridge.
So that's what I said. I got a lot of flack for this one too, because people are like, oh, I remember playing this with my brother. I'm like, well, yeah. When you have someone else to play with, these games are much better. That's true for the Atari as well. Single-player games, they hadn't really figured those out as well yet. Nintendo would perfect that.
The game didn't seem to like any of the plays I was trying to call, so eventually it just worked.
Hey, Chid255, welcome to the stream. Providing some live commentary on some of my earliest videos, and this is by far the most popular of those early videos, and this is the last one I had planned on showing. But if you guys want me to, I can show you the Atari versus ColecoVision video, which is where I believe I kind of peaked at condensing down a huge topic into like a short video. Now I take more time and I just deep dive and explore. I haven't done a Nintendo versus Master System video, but I may go back and do that. And just condense the 8-bit war down into like 20-30 minutes.
And this diagram is evidence of that because they had to explain to people, hey, there's more to this game.
This screen is, oh yeah, the D-pad 7800 controller. I wish I had one of those. I do have the Retro Game Boys controller, which is the NES pad for the 7800, and that works out pretty well too.
Except for I kept noticing behind the manual there was this other booklet.
How about the Video Game Museum video? Yep.
It actually has a list of the plays that your button
Even though you prefer the Intellivision more than the 2600, I really liked your video here. I appreciate that.
minutes to study this manual
And I will say this.
the results.
The majority of people who have seen this have given it a thumbs up. So when I talk about people who are very critical of the thing, I'm trying to respond to those people who are... Because it was a consistent thing. It's for every 4 comments I got that were good, I would get one that was just, oh, you destroyed it. You didn't do this right. So,
By the way, I don't think the game
and I think it's all because I tried to rush through it. I tried to condense the video down to a too short a topic. I should have made this a 2-parter, basically.
to select a play.
And that way I could explain my opinions a bit better, because I really feel like that's where I lacked in this video. But like I said, I could try to do this video again and remake it, but it's not going to change. Yeah, I ran out the clock till the console shut off on me.
Lastly, we'll take a look at a few baseball games. First, we'll look at home.
I forgot what I was going to say at the end of that.
First baseball game.
It wouldn't, like I said, it wouldn't change the end result, and I think that's what most people were arguing against, so they started nitpicking everything else.
It's barely discernible as a baseball game. There's no diamond.
Just some people. Like I said, the majority has been positive. And I did mention that in my top 10 Atari video, is that what I really like about this video is it got people talking about a topic that I've always wanted to talk to people about, but nobody that I see personally on a daily basis wants to talk about. I'm like, what do you think was better, Atari or Intellivision? That's a topic that gamers have been debating for ages, but nobody who plays modern games is even talking about. Does that make sense? So once this video kind of became a hit, I'm like, I know where my channel kind of fits into the conversation. Console Wars is a big one. Big foundation of this channel. Best Electronics may have the 7800 D-pad. Oh, really? I'll take a look at that. You start playing these games and you're surprised how fun they are, even golf and bowling. Yep. Console Wars were so much better back then. Yeah, I can imagine, even if I get to that point, which I don't know how far this will go in the future, but let's say I do a PlayStation versus Xbox Series X video. My opinion of it right now is they're just too similar to call. The only console that's different right now is the Switch. Because PC, PlayStation, and Xbox are all running x86 or 64 architecture. They're all running APUs, I mean, except for the PC market, I guess. I mean, they're just not separate enough anymore. all the hardware is pretty much the same. Right now what you're buying is branding and console exclusives. Back in the day, it was... I mean, you could make the argument of which one's doing a better job in this generation all day long, but you can't do it by just doing a comparison of Call of Duty on the PlayStation with Call of Duty on the Xbox. That ain't going to cut it. So, but on this one, I'm showing you some of the games are the same between the Intellivision and the Atari, and even more so with the ColecoVision and the Atari. 5200, there were some on there. But then there were still console exclusives, but they all used different architectures, different graphics chips. It was evident on the screen where everything was at. And then here I'm figuring out, oh yeah, you can't play this two-player. Yeah, I'm sorry, you have to play this on two-player. Sega on the rise, yep.
Alright, so we've come down to it. Which console is better? The Atari video computer system or the Mattel Intellivision? Now I want you to keep in mind that this is my personal opinion, so a lot of my personal experience...
And here I am trying to preface that. Please don't hate me for if I bash your childhood console.
You've seen my videos before, and if you've seen me talking today...
Some people still did.
The Atari 2600 is better.
Sorry, there's a spoiler alert there. Yeah, and then I show Pac-Man, and people are like, what? Yar's Revenge is a good one.
I have to say, it's only because of the controller design for me. It came down to that. The Mattel Intellivision actually produced...
And that is true to this day. That's what I said. I would still not rank the Intellivision above the Atari because of its entry market is way too high. Its entry skill level is way too high for a casual gamer. That's why it can't be number one, in my opinion.
Was really fun, and it almost put the
PlayStation versus Xbox, the graphics wars. You know what I should do, though? I should do PS5 versus the Atari 2600.
I really thought I was missing out on a lot. And other games...
Oh, I can make some people upset with that one. Xbox Series X versus the Intellivision.
But the controller...
Nintendo Switch versus Magnavox Odyssey 2.
I played this now for hours on end over the past couple...
I'm sure those will get a lot of clicks, but it's just going to be me going, man, this PlayStation has better graphics. Man, this Intellivision boots instantly. I don't have to wait for anything to update. that'd be all it is.
Because it also came out around the same time to compete with both the Intellivision and...
Intellivision versus the Sega Genesis? Ooh.
I'll tell you this.
That's an interesting conversation. Once I get done with the 16-bit war, we'll see where I'm at. I'm kind of anxious. I'm really anxious to get into the 3D, to the PlayStation N64 and the Sega Saturn era. I'm really anxious to get into that. Not to the point where I'm going to skip ahead and get rid of all the, just say, okay, 16-bit war is a 20-minute video so I can get on to the next generation. I'm not going to do that, but... See now we got some conversation. That's a good conversation starter, though. Maybe that'll be something I do for shorts. Do like a nice 1 minute. Let's compare the PlayStation 5 to the 2600. Shall we? And then just go and rattle off like 5 different arbitrary categories and just go through that. But anyway, I've already lost my... Basically, like I said, I had a lot of fun. This is... Naivete really helped with these because if I knew how much work was going to go into this, I probably would have stopped before I even got started. But this was before Patreon. This is before anyone was looking at my channel. I still have that shirt and I wear it often. So, oh my gosh, 5 years. It's like I said, I'm still having a hard time fathoming it. And there it is. Intellivision versus ColecoVision. That could have been an interesting topic. Still could be. If I ever go back to it, I'll have to go back through and recapture all those games, which is probably what would keep me from doing it right now. But eventually we'll do that. So I'll ask you, because we're already an hour into the watching and commentary part. Do you guys want to see the Intellivision versus ColecoVision? I love that song. It's one of the best ones. So I'll let you know this. Do you want me to stream some Master System games, or do you want me to show you the Intellivision versus ColecoVision? And while you guys are typing in your comments for that, I will let you know the shorts that I've been doing have been revisiting the Atari 5200 and the ColecoVision, because I figured those shorts would get the most clicks because this video is the most popular video on my channel. An anniversary only happens once a year, so I'm leaving this up to all of you in the chat if you guys want to see my commentary over the Atari versus ColecoVision. That was 4 years ago. It took me a full year because I did have a ColecoVision when I did this video. The Atari versus Intellivision. I seriously thought I was going to do a battle royale, a 3-way match, but my ColecoVision died right before I started production on the video. I knew I had one, and then I ended up selling it off because I didn't know how to fix it. So it was supposed to be Atari 2600 versus Intellivision versus ColecoVision. That's how I originally thought that video was going to go. The ColecoVision died, so I didn't have a ColecoVision. I had some games. I think you saw a couple on the shelves there, but I didn't have a system that worked. So I'm like, oh, whatever. I'll do the Atari versus Intellivision, and then I went straight to work on the NES versus Master System. But halfway through that, I found an Atari 5200, and then I found a ColecoVision, and I'm like, all right, let's just keep going with chronologically with the next generation. I put off the 8-bit war, and I spent a year doing research, playing games for the ColecoVision and the Atari 5200. So Mr. Tamiya is the only one who's got his vote in. So right now we're 100% yes, let's keep going and watch this one. This will be the last video regardless, though. So either the video we just watched is the last video, or this is. I'm not going to ask again after this, because we're definitely going to play some Master System games. I feel like voting should be over, so let's do this. Oh yeah, and here it is. I probably was showing this to somebody. And I'll tell you some of the criticism, but this game has a much higher like ratio to dislike. I mean, 97% like rate. So obviously I did something right on this one. The 8-bit war has an even higher like ratio, but I think it has less views because people were looking for. I did something wrong with the branding. I should have called it Nintendo versus Master System and then thrown the Atari 7800 in like separately and not even advertise it. Maybe I'll redo that video and just put it out as one solid video that's an hour and a half long. I could do that, but
If you think ColecoVision plays all Atari cartridges, you mean it can't? Here's Pac-Man on Coleco.
oh yes, I used to love that version of Pac-Man. It's kind of funny, I still have this commercial because I just used it in one of my shorts. So here it is. This was the end of my first year. I put this on here.
Hi everyone, I'm Tyler.
And look at this. The shelves are about the way they are now. It only took a year for me to get this all hammered out. My Blu-rays are still there, though. I think I finally moved those out of the way. I have some Famicom titles there. I have all of my Genesis titles boxed up, and I've moved off all the Atari and PlayStation stuff off of my shelf. Because I collected a lot of NES games for the 8-bit war. I collected a lot of Master System games for it, too.
And Coleco was just one of the other companies that decided to jump into the fray.
You got buffering going on, Dad? Mine's going pretty smooth. I'm sorry, I don't want to say it's not on my end.
A University of Utah engineering student
And the Earthworm Jim music in the background.
in a poker game. He immediately took a job at a pinball arcade.
Is that a Cambridge speaker? No, it's a
and support him
Polk audio? No.
in school.
Advanced audio? Acoustic audio speaker.
And, like everyone else who had access to the
And it's part of my surround sound for my home theater, because if you turn the camera
However,
to the right,
to his fellow students,
you would be looking at my home theater. So that's one of the 5.1 channel surround sound that I have down here.
pinball arcade machine, he figured
But good catch. A lot of people don't even notice that speaker's there.
in 1968, he moved to California.
Looks like one you used to have for your computer. It's actually pretty high quality. It was acoustic audio is not a main brand, but it's very highly rated.
Video game. He converted his daughter's bedroom into a workshop and scrounged for free parts from Amazon.
So as you can tell, like I did a lot more research. I got a lot more open source images to use in this video.
An old paint thinner can was the coin box.
I had changed how I recorded commentary. I used my podcast microphone instead of the lapel mic that I had on my iPhone. And I think this is the last video, one of the last videos I filmed with my original iPhone 6. Now I use my iPhone 8. Even still to this day, the last 4 years, I've been recording at 4K on my iPhone 8.
Bushnell lamented that most of the people who enjoyed his game had engineering degrees.
And I remember I got a lot of this footage from a museum website that had this. Like I said, they had it for Creative Commons sources. So I really got better at sourcing material that's free and open source for people to use, or I got the permission from the original owners. And so far, I haven't gotten stricken with anything. A lot of stuff from Wikipedia, actually, in this one. Yep, a little ahead of its time. Oh yeah, for this is actually the story that I read in the Ultimate History of Video Games that I found the most interesting, was how Computer Space was the first arcade game, but it was a failure. And then how they got to Pong. So I really wanted to do like a little bit of a history of Atari because I didn't do it in the Atari videos. I had 2 videos, the Atari versus Intellivision, and I had the Atari review, and both times I completely skipped the history of the company and everything. So that was a new addition to this video series that I did, as I started going back and showing the history of the company before, basically how did we get to the point where we're about to talk to. Really worked out well in the 8-bit war. Yep. Well, they claim, and even though they settled out of court, so it was never proven they did anything wrong, but they claim that Al Alcorn created it, but Nolan Bushnell knew it was possible to create the game because he tried basically the tennis version on the Man of Ox Odyssey. So when he told engineer Al Alcorn to create that, he knew it was possible because he had already seen it. So, oh yeah, the Ewok adventure. Which is funny, I didn't realize that's what that was when I got that picture. And here we go, some more YouTube audio, generic audio goodness.
Coleco was founded in 1932 by an immigrant Russian shoemaker, Maurice Greenberg.
The history of Coleco is very much more in-depth than what I go into here. But who would have thought Connecticut Leather Company would start getting into electronics so they could survive into the future?
Success in 1972 that Nolan Bushnell and Atari had with the game Pong, Coleco decided in 1975.
I learned how to do a lot of this research and source publicly available materials because when I went to college. That was one of the things I had to do for my research papers. It wasn't required that we include pictures in our research paper. In fact, it was really discouraged. But my history professor really liked that I included primary sources in with my paper. I would add appendices that had some of that stuff in it. And so that's why I've got very good at researching when I did that. So it's kind of funny. A lot of this stuff was just, like I said, sourced from publicly available archives. And there was a couple of them I actually had to pay to get into, I think, to get some of these images. But most of these are available on Google Image Search. You just have to make sure you license them correctly. I know I keep pointing that out, but I just remember that's kind of the behind-the-scenes thing that nobody ever sees, is just like, oh, here's a picture that goes with this, here's a picture that goes with that. You guys have no idea how long I suffered trying to find the picture that goes with the comment I wrote before I did this video. Now, to kind of reduce the stress and reduce the amount of time that is needed to edit a video, what I do is I will actually source all the images I think I will need. I'll put the images in a timeline, and then I'll create my story to match the images I already have, rather than write it first and then try to source images that match what I'm saying. It's a lot easier to do it the other way around. It's kind of backwards, but back when I did this video, I was still doing it the other way around. Now let's see, you can put 3 arcade games in the space it does to do a pinball, yep. Bushnell made it fun. Pong sounds, etc. Yep. Taking it from the naval radar display to a carnival attraction. Yep.
to enter the video game market.
Pong is much more realized than what the Odyssey had going on. Absolutely. Well, the Odyssey used all analog circuits. It doesn't contain a digital processor. That's insane to me. It's all tweaking the CRT image, like Radar did.
Only on the Atari 5200 Super System. And now there's an adapter. 2,600 games? Nearly 300 2,600 games. Super System. Now with a $30 rebate and Pac-Man from Atari.
Well, Atari keeps trying to sell you.
Now I'm just looking at the commercials and enjoying them.
With ColecoVision, you only need one system.
This is kind of a fantasy that I have. Like, I have criticized a few modern YouTubers that are like in their early 20s or their late teens for trying to cover the NES and the Genesis era, because it's interesting to see their perspective on things and know when they present facts from that time frame that aren't really facts. It's like, if you lived through it, it's obvious what they're saying is incorrect. I've actually saw that on a couple of Scott the Woz videos, things that he just got completely wrong about. Oh, here we go. The raw camera footage. This is before I had a space set aside to get B-roll for consoles. A lot of people said, why didn't I clean my Atari 5200? Everyone thinks this thing doesn't look clean. And here's the thing, I never responded to any of them because, again, I don't want to feed the trolls. But today I'm going to respond. This is after cleaning. I did clean this system. The console's plastic is terrible. My 5200 looks terrible. That is after cleaning. It's stained. Now, my ColecoVision could use some cleaning. I didn't clean between those vents, but I did clean it up a little bit beforehand. But the 5200 was deep cleaned. It was completely disassembled. I did a power wash on it. I used some strong chemicals on it. That is how it looks once it's cleaned. So I wanted to say that to everybody who said those consoles were dirty, but that's how it looks. The brown that you see in between the vent holes on this one, that's not dust. That's just the way that the light reflects off of the plastic. Anyway, that's just something I had to get off my chest. And then see here, the consoles are so huge. The consoles are so huge that the towel that I use to cover that back strip is not even near big enough. So that's when I decided after this video I had to come up with a different way of capturing B-roll for my for the consoles. Now the controllers, those are not cleaned. But that's the thing too. I also think back in the day, I don't show museum quality pieces because I want to show these are used systems, and I completely think it's maddening that some of these things just don't get clean. Yes, Jet Screamer, you are correct on that. Ralph Baer was a brilliant toy maker. I agree with that. Yes, the 5200 is huge. It's huge. It's tremendous. No. But anyway, I forgot what else I was going to say about this part. Yeah, and then I have stuff off to the side because I didn't have a big enough space to show both of these systems. The ColecoVision's pretty big too, but not as big as the 5200. The 5200 and the PlayStation 5 are about the same size though. Because until the PlayStation 5 came out, that was the biggest system I owned. I guess other than the arcade 1-up cabinets, those are bigger technically. I was still using the Sega Genesis controller, even though that can kill your system.
So this time on my Twitter poll, you guys predicted that the ColecoVision would have the better controller.
That was a close call on that. I wonder which one I will pick.
I'm going to say the ColecoVision has better controllers. So I ended up agreeing with the...
I know I pointed to the Sega Genesis, but I really think the ColecoVision controller isn't bad. I've gotten used to it, but I still have a hard time. Every time I play a game that's on the 5200, I have a hard time getting used to the controller because it doesn't self-center. And they break frequently. I have one that finally broke. I have 2 controllers total. One of them finally broke, so I've only got one more.
Let's go ahead and take a look at what's under the hood.
The amount of RAM in the console determines how many sprites and colors you can have on screen.
And here we go. I kept including the Atari 2600 for reference, just showing you how much more evolved the 5200 was and why there was some... Basically, why the 5200 was designed the way it was. One of the things I didn't talk about is that there was technically two Atari 5200s. There was the one they designed in 1979 but never made. They instead made the Atari 8-bit computer line. They started doing that first, and then they made a 5200 based on that design, which was consoleized to upgrade their aging Atari 2600. And so I mentioned something in here about the console being designed in 1979, and then someone's like, nope, that's wrong. And I'm like, well, I should have, like I said, I should have explained myself a little bit better. I was talking about it was originally designed in 79, but then they revised it based on their 8-bit computer line to make it cheaper. Because when Warner Brothers bought Atari, Nolan Bushnell said when the Atari VCS released, they were already developing the next system. And when Warner Brothers bought it, they said, why would we need to make another system? This one's selling. When the 2600 became a huge success, they're like, why would we muddy the market with another system? So they killed it off. That's why they didn't make the 5200 back before the ColecoVision came out. But when the ColecoVision came out, Warner Brothers started, or Warner Media, well, I don't know if it was called Warner Brothers. They didn't think it was. Oh yeah, look at that! I was actually able to capture the sprite flickering in action.
If you look carefully, you will never see more than 2 players moving at a time. And yes, this is the cause of the notorious glitch in Pac-Man where the ghosts just seem to disappear. Here's that same gameplay clip in slow motion. Although this game is very impressively done in terms of a programming standpoint,
it's not impressively done. I said that, but I really think I'm like, well, it is crazy they got it this close, but then look how close they got here.
To squeeze more detail onto the screen, as well as reduce the flickering issue. But you'll see a side effect of these improvements is that the background is not completely drawn, as these black lines show.
I forgot where I learned this, but this is actually from someone who I followed on YouTube that knew how to program for the Atari.
The Atari 5200 is a bit more advanced, offering 8 lines.
That those black lines, because I remember I saw those black lines in emulation, and I thought it was an emulation glitch. Turns out it was a programming glitch that was intentional because I did not know how the graphics were drawn on the Atari 2600 at the time.
It also produces screen scrolling. Screen scrolling was a very new concept and was not widely used until after the Nintendo Entertainment System produced Super Mario Bros. However, a prominent example before that was in the game Pitfall 2.
I notice now I'm being a lot more careful with the words that I choose. Was not widely used. I almost said was not. I think I originally recorded that and said screen scrolling was not used until Super Mario Brothers. But what I meant to say, and I corrected it in this video, was not widely used until then. That's why I said because it was on the Intellivision you can do screen. They did screen scrolling with the football game, but then they had to describe to their. Yep, they had to describe to their gamers that there was more to the screen. That was actually a foreign concept. Yeah, Activision made sure to never show those lines. If you look at the game Hero, when you defuse the bomb or when the bomb explodes, you can tell because the whole background flashes and the lines show up then. But that's about the only time I've noticed in an Activision game where the lines are. Gosh, the amount of examples I'm showing behind here is still astounding to me, how quickly I improved that. And yep, this is, I think I created these in Google Slides, so I'd already switched over to, which is why these look a little fuzzy now, because Google Slides will only let you download JPEGs in a very low resolution, I guess because they know it's going to be stored in Drive. Oh yeah, look at that, that was my old logo, the P1 start.
Here's another example from each console, Pitfall.
The Atari version still looks iconic. I love that. I like that one the best. The Atari 2600 version.
As many video games did not have a background soundtrack that would play throughout the game. Mainly what these sound chips were designed to do were
at least on Pitfall.
Sound effects that would play throughout the video game. So I'm going to show an example of a game with just sound effects and a game with background music from each console for comparison.
Oh, is this the one where I tried to show a song that was played on the 2600? Background music in a game was a feature. Something you can sell a console with. There were a couple of Nintendo games that had it, but it was very few and far between on the Atari. Notice, this is the original Pitfall with a background tune. Which is funny, because this is the same song that they used on Pitfall 2 on the Atari. Oh no, this says Pitfall 2, but this looks like the original Pitfall to me.
Years later, hardcore enthusiasts found ways to squeeze the maximum amount of graphics.
This is the first time, I believe, I included tech demos in a video.
These tech demos.
I don't know why I didn't think to include this earlier. Tech demos, to me, are astounding. Because there's no reason for these to exist other than, yeah, the 7800 not having a sound chip was terrible. But it's kind of funny how advanced you can get with the Atari 2600 just because of how it's all CPU-driven graphics, so you can do a lot of stuff with that. And again, the sound that they're getting out of the 5200 here sounds very impressive to me too, because it sounds like they're using sawtooth waves instead of square. And I think those sound better. Sounds more like the SID chip on the Commodore 64. This song, too, got stuck in my head for days, which is why I included this for a long time here. I'm just listening to it now. And then all the different background changes that they do here, the high fidelity of graphics. This lets me know, this tech demo let me know, this console could have competed with the NES a lot more than it did. And they didn't even need the expansion slots to do it. Like I said, the sprites that they're using look great, the background looks great.
Now, these tech demos are released years after the console has really lost all of its relevance.
I forgot I still have my own glasses. I've had these glasses for about 4 years now, so I must have got glasses soon after this. Maybe it was that later on by that Christmas. Yeah, I recently moved the N64 games off of that shelf because the Super Nintendo collection grew as I'm doing the Super Nintendo review. Oh yeah, I got rid of these. In my script, I do subtitles, and I was like, well, if I'm in a transition, I should have a transition on the screen too, but I don't do those transitions anymore. At least not with the same sound effects that I did before. Oh my gosh. So here's where I got a lot of criticism. I don't want to say criticism. I got a lot of feedback. There we go. Is that a better way of saying it? I got a lot of feedback on this because look at the difference in the graphics here. So I don't own, or I didn't at the time own Star Wars the arcade game on the ColecoVision. So this is emulated versus native hardware. So when I talk about it, I'm talking about it as gameplay, and I'm trying not to make general comparisons on how sharp the graphics look on that one. But I didn't think to myself, well, anybody watching this is going to do that on their own. So I no longer compare emulated to native. And the same thing here. I didn't own Beam Rider for the ColecoVision, so you have Beam Rider on the 5200, which I own, to the Coleco one, which didn't have it. And the ColecoVision is always just temperamental. I have a hard time capturing for them on the RF. So there were a couple times where I did own the game, but I wasn't able to use any of the captured footage because it would like wig out the capture device for some reason. So yes, I did learn from this one. If you're going to do a visual comparison on there, which I'm not really meaning this to, just make sure whatever capture method you do one, you also do the other. So what I really should have done was either buy the game and capture it the same off of original hardware on both, or I should have emulated both. I shouldn't have done emulated versus native. There are some times where I do emulated versus emulated. There's also other times where I do OG and OG at the same time. But here we go. One's emulated. The Coleco was emulated, but I do own this game for
Finally have a game
the
that
ColecoVision.
shows how different the graphics modes are on the Atari versus the Coleco.
And I think that came down to my ColecoVision was just having a hard time.
And actually provides a bit more detail than the Atari.
I had to replace a few of the capacitors in it eventually
Less cartoonish.
because the graphics weren't even displaying correctly at one point, so I didn't want to use that footage at all. But then right here, it's not displaying correctly either. So people are like, "Oh, why does the ColecoVision look so much sharper?" The colors are accurate, but the resolution is not.
It does not work out very well.
So again, I'm kind of explaining myself that I wouldn't normally do in the comments. But that's where I said I'm just showing the way the games look. I'm not really saying that one is sharper than the other. They're obviously going to be very similar on how the graph is going to be. This one is also emulated versus not. So it must have been that I emulated all of the Coleco stuff.
First, I should start out
Did I not have my ColecoVision when I did this video? I'm pretty sure I did. I had all the games. It could have been that I didn't have my ColecoVision. Or the one that works.
It is very hard to control your character and get them going in the right locations because your D-pad...
See, now I'm even thinking to myself, why did I even release this video? This is one that I could redo just because of that alone, just show you the actual footage. Congo Bongo is not one of my favorite games on here.
But it's that bright color palette that I really don't like. It doesn't really look appealing.
But you notice the Atari 5200 I had all captured on OG hardware.
I feel like I have better control over my character than I do on the Atari 5200.
I will say this, if you're viewing this on a phone screen, you can't tell as much as you can on a big screen.
Alright, now
At least with my old eyes.
Defining game for the ColecoVision, and that is Donkey Kong. Unfortunately, there's not a version of Donkey Kong for the Atari 5200. And
Again, outside of homebrew, people correct me on that all the time. Oh no, they actually released one. I'm like, well... But then I did the 8-bit PC here on this one, so this is also emulated on both. So this is emulation versus emulation, but the Atari 8-bit PC is very similar in capabilities to the 5200. So that's why I considered this an acceptable version on here. But the ColecoVision version is actually pretty good. And in fact, I just showed original footage that I captured off of this that came after the fact. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why I didn't use the original on this one.
ColecoVision does have the best port of Donkey Kong. I mean, just take a look at the original arcade version versus the ColecoVision's home port. I think this was done very well.
And again, these are both emulated, so this was a more accurate comparison.
Next, let's take a look at a game that has a lot
You're
of
not old.
screen movement, screen scrolling, and a lot of sprites.
I'm getting... I said it depends on the day. Age is just a number until I wake up one morning and think... Now, this is one that a lot of people gave me grief on, because, okay, so we have emulated on one, but this is an actual Atari on the other, and people were saying, why does it look like it's in black and white? What happened to the colors? I honestly don't know.
Give a very good representation of this game.
This is one where I was just like, yeah, that is strange. Why does it look like this? This is the game as it appeared on my Atari. So... And I did mention the extra color because I'm looking at the two footages and directly comparing it like I told people not to. So, a little inconsistent, but I learned. I made mistakes. This was still my first year. This is the last video of my first year. So we've learned to compare apples to apples. And yeah, there's a little bit of color. I'm pretty sure it was because my editing software probably tried to add in some color correction. So you can see the colors on Centipede okay.
Again, this is another time where the color palette
the sharpness is in here. I'm actually kind of looking at the sharpness on the ColecoVision, and I know that it's emulated, even though it doesn't look like as sharp. But I know the ColecoVision's emulated because there's no jail bar effect, and my ColecoVision suffers from jail barring.
on the ColecoVision. I would call this one almost a tie, with me leaning towards the ColecoVision version because of the way it looks.
The ColecoVision version does look better when compared directly to it, even without the emulated stuff. All of my opinions still age up about the same, But when you look at it on screen and it doesn't match what you're expecting, you're like, oh, well, he must be comparing this. It doesn't look that way in real life. The people who grew up with it. The people who didn't grow up with it didn't have a problem with the way I reviewed stuff.
You can play on the ColecoVision is the very crappy one that Atari sold for the 2600. Talk about shooting themselves in the foot with advertising. So even though this is not really a comparison to make, I'm going to compare the Atari 5200 to the Atari 2600 version of Pac-Man.
So the only one you can play on Coleco, and yes, I do realize there's a homebrew version, but I didn't compare homebrew, and in fact I still leave homebrew out of game comparisons. I will show homebrew now in the console reviews, but I don't compare homebrew titles to commercially released titles. I don't think it's a fair fight at that point, because commercially released titles are usually more restricted in what they'll do than the homebrew titles. There's the old Ratchet and Clank theme.
Okay, so before I begin,
Does it sound like I'm responding to criticism more than I am about the good things? I'm my own worst critic, so I do nitpick a lot of my older videos to death. But this is, within a year, I pretty much hammered out about the way that I was going to do videos. I've made some improvements as I go forward, but I still have that shirt too. I got that shirt from, I think, JCPenney. That's a throwback too, because I haven't been there in a while.
My personal experience tells me about these consoles. So overall, which console is better? Is it the Atari 5200 or the ColecoVision? I have to say, after putting this video together, I still believe that the ColecoVision is the better console.
And there we go. There's the NES, I'm sorry, the Final Fantasy VII fanfare from, Final Fantasy VII fanfare. That's what I meant. If you notice too, the Master System games are on the second shelf. I've actually flipped those now. The Genesis is now on the second shelf because I was tired of it all being whited out by my stage lights. The lights that I have down here are pretty big, but the ceilings down here are low. There's only like 4 to 5 inches. There's the Genesis case length. If I put that on top of my head would I would be touching the ceiling. So these ceilings down here are like 6'5", I think. So, which is funny. I've had a couple students who are taller than what my basement is down here. They would have to duck the entire time they were down here.
I will give credit to the Atari for inventing what seems to be the first pause button I've ever seen on a console, and that is very nice. The next thing I added into perspective are the amount of games for each console. The ColecoVision actually just...
You notice there's a lot of quick cuts here too, because I have a script that's taped underneath the camera, and that's something I still haven't gotten away from. Now when I'm on camera, I try to I just put notes instead of writing a script to read, because that way I don't have as many of these shortcuts. I still have them a lot, but I'm really trying to make the sentence flow better. And now I just do a lot of ad-libbing. I'll say, here's my opinion. I'll sum it up in one sentence, and then I'll fill in the gap with basically writing it as I'm saying it, almost ad-libbing it. So yes, I've changed the way I do on-camera segments since then, but I was really nitpicking to make sure I said everything I wanted to say on camera. I used to write it down word for word what I wanted to say, and then I eventually just got tired of doing that, so I just started ad-libbing more and making my scripts more generalized.
Alright, so before we wrap things up, I do want to make a couple of points here. First, it took a long time to get this video made. I actually started planning
about a year
when I released my Atari versus Intellivision video. And the big thing that was keeping me from making this video was the fact that I didn't own a ColecoVision. And finally, after months, I was able to track one down and finish up this video. However, if you guys would like to see projects like this more often, please consider supporting this channel on Patreon.
This is where I started my Patreon, and my Patreon subscribers have been pretty faithful since then. Jet Screamer, you're old.
There's also another video I would like to produce, but really I don't have the means to do it yet. One of my long-term goals on this
I was watching Grizzly Man a month or two ago. He was the first. He was the first YouTuber, really? Oh, I forgot about him.
If this is something you guys would like to see,
yesterday at the yard sale, you found a 2011 electronic project kit. Nice.
What kind of support I'm going to need for it, because I am going to need something. But all of that out of the way, I do want to thank you guys.
And because I started that Patreon with a couple of goals in mind, and to be honest, I can let you guys know that right now too. So there it is.
Wrap it up for this video.
I think this is one of the first times where I advertised my Patreon at the end.
Please consider supporting this channel on Patreon. I want to thank you guys so much for watching, and stay tuned because I have more content coming. I'll see you guys next time.
There's my standard outro from the YouTube audio library. So yeah, oh my gosh, that was a trip down memory lane I wasn't planning on taking. But one of the things I'll mention is that Patreon is the reason why I've been able to do these videos much better than this one. And I knew I was going to need some help upgrading some tools. The big thing is getting that capture card, getting a capture card that can do HD at 60 frames a second. Getting the upscaler, getting the EverDrive carts so I can review more games even if I don't own them. I mean, you guys have had a huge impact on this channel, so definitely a shout out to them and all the support that you guys have given. I know there's been a few of you in the chat already, so if you guys want to take credit for what you've supported, please do so, but it has been partially due to that. A lot of the stuff that I do on the channel is I go out and buy games, I buy the consoles, and I bought the production utilities, so I feel like I'm more invested in this channel than becoming a charity case, but I definitely have improved the quality of the channel based on everything that you guys have given me through that, so thank you for that as well. We're not done yet. I'm going to stream some Master System games before we're done, but again, I've drank about two of these 32-ounce drinks, about a half gallon of soda, so I'm going to take another bathroom break before we continue, and we'll start streaming some games. Stick around, more to come, and again, thank you guys for joining me on the 5th year anniversary stream. I'm shocked I'm able to say that. Oh my gosh, I was just trying to think here for just a second about the first time I streamed on the channel, which I don't think it's up because I did it as a test first, but I used a, what's it called? A something Game Capture HD. I use AverMedia now, but, Elgato. That's what I used. And I found out the reason why I was having such a hard time streaming with it is because the MacBook driver for it stinks very highly. So Let me look up right now and see. When was my first live stream that I did? Catching up on the chat here. Q the Retro Gamer. Welcome to the stream. Congrats on 5 years. You need a Sega versus Nintendo war. Oh yes, definitely. I've already done the Nintendo versus Sega Master System. So that's the 8-bit war if you ever check that out. But yes, definitely doing a Sega versus Nintendo 16-bit war. Absolutely, especially since those two companies survived the North American video game crash. Yep. Kurt Bradshaw, welcome to the stream. Thank you, I appreciate that as well. Thank you so much for the rest of 5 years. It's flown by for me, and I am beyond shocked. I keep saying I'm shocked, but I mean I'm in awe of the support that I've gotten on this community. And I remember the first thing I said after I started YouTube, because before then, a lot of people would ask me about online gaming, and they'd want to tell me, oh, isn't that community just toxic, and no one helps each other out, and it's just filled with a whole bunch of immature, basically a-holes. And I said, I'm always glad I can correct those people and say, no, the gaming community, especially on YouTube, and then what I've been in my experience, that has not been my experience. This has been the most supportive, caring, I almost want to keep saying loving. It's been one of the best experiences that I've ever had online out of any community out there. So that's another thing too, where I just want to point out that was a stigma that I thought I was going to have to deal with, but I don't, because it's just, you guys have been so great. So thank you as well. And it's because of you guys, I say you guys, gals, everyone out there that has helped support this channel over the last 5 years is the reason why I still do it. One of my friends who, he's not as big of a naysayer as I make him out to be. So like if someone did a movie about my life, he wouldn't be the one in the background that always said, "You'll never amount to anything." But that's sometimes how I make him out to sound. You guys know what I'm talking about, those little sports movies where they always have to have someone who's always the naysayer. You're nothing, you're never going to be nothing. And I'm like, I'll show you one of these days. He's not like that at all. But when I started YouTube, he was one of those people, he called himself a realist. He's like, you realize no one's ever going to watch this, right? And I said, well, I don't expect to be like a huge success or anything. Like when I first started out, I was like, but if I get like a small community of people on there, people who really care about this stuff, I said it'll be worth it. And it was like the teacher in me says, if I can just reach one person, it'll be worth it, kind of thing. And then, to his shock and amazement, within like the first year, when I had 100 to 200 subscribers, I mean, he was in awe. He was like, I honestly can't believe there's an audience of people who like this stuff as much as you do. And I said, oh, not only that, but the channel kept growing. So I wanna say, the more subscribers I have, the more we can stick it to the naysayer. No, that's why I said I make him out to be so much worse than he is. But he was supportive, but he was trying to manage my expectation of, you're not going to be able to retire off of this. And I'm like, well, why not? I can't quit my day job? What are you talking about? But honestly, I looked at the subscriber count. I'm looking at it right now. 5,700 subscribers. That is another insane shock and awe moment to me, and something I'm very appreciative of. And I remember a year ago when I put, playthrough videos on there for the Insane trilogy and a couple other PS4 games. They got 0 views for the first couple of months I had a channel. And then I did that Atari versus Intellivision video, and it finally started getting some traction, getting a lot of people who were very passionate about those systems involved in the conversation. It's just, you can't win, Rocky. You can't. He was Burgess Meredith from Rocky. Or is that not Burgess Meredith? Burgess Meredith, I guess, was kind of like that too, but that was his trainer. Who else am I thinking of from that movie? His brother-in-law. Yo, Adrian. Anyway, I'm going back to my live streams to see when my first live stream was. And, oh my gosh, 332? I have 332 live stream videos on here. That doesn't sound right. No, that is not right. Yep, YouTube is kind of glitching out here on me. Give me a second. I'm going back so far. Oh, here we go. I started consistently streaming in 2020. March, here we go. March of 2020, for some reason, I had more free time and I started streaming more. If you guys can guess what happened then. But before that, I actually had to take a break because I was streaming consistently in 2019. Oh, Ukulele and the Impossible Lair. I did a Genesis stream. I didn't have the upscaler, but I had the capture card that could allow me to stream, so that's what I was doing. It was stretching the footage widescreen. There's my Apple IIc live stream. So October to December of 2019, I was streaming consistently. And in the beginning of 2019, I streamed, but I didn't get that many viewers. Oh yeah, I streamed all the Crash Bandicoot games. Donkey Kong Countries. There it is. My first stream was on January 14th, 2018. Almost 5 years ago. And that whole year, I streamed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's still more than I thought. 12, 13, 14. I streamed 14 times that year. And I stopped because I had so many problems with streaming, it just wasn't worth it anymore. I was having a hard time because that Elgato card doesn't work well on a MacBook. But that was the industry standard. Damon says you're a top shelf gamer, better than one. Oh, I really appreciate that. And I've been told this by several people in my life that I don't take criticism well, which I try, and I don't take compliments well either. Excuse me. And I don't know where that originates from, but so if you hear me say something and I read it kind of monotone and you don't think I'm excited about it, I really am. But thank you. I do appreciate that. I always have to I make a point to say that every time because I really am appreciative. I have a hard time showing it. Something I work on. One of my many flaws in life, right? So I have 166 live stream videos. This one is number 166. That is crazy. And I've streamed mostly consistently almost every week since March of 2020. So something happened in there. Almost 2.5 years of the 5 years that I've been here. Almost half the time I've had a channel. And I could not imagine having as much fun with this channel without doing the streaming. There were so many people when I started streaming who said, don't do it. Because they said, no matter what momentum that you have in your channel, they said, you're going to kill it. And I got so many advice from experienced YouTubers who said, do not stream. It ruins your channel's growth. It'll stop it in its tracks. And I will note there was a little bit at the very beginning of when I streamed for like the first 4 to 8 weeks. I noticed that my videos were getting less views and everything else. But after that first 1 to 2 months, everything evened out again. It even started taking off. So that's the way it was when I first started streaming, again, 2020. But I haven't noticed it now. I mean, right now I feel like more people are seeing it than ever now that I stream. So I don't know. Which do you guys like better? Not that I'm not going to stop doing one or the other. Do you guys like the videos better? Do you like the streaming better? I feel like I can connect with you guys a lot more. I see you guys. I feel like I can connect with all of you people out there when I do the streaming. Because you can interact with me, I can interact with you. Wheel of Fortune. Where would we be without Wheel of Fortune? All right, I'm going to play Alex Kidd in Miracle World, only because I feel like I must hate myself, right? I'm turning up the volume. Which is funny, so that was all silent. I should stop that capture. Good thing I remember to turn the volume back up. I said nothing but professionalism. That's another thing, too, is I remember my high school speech teacher said something about never apologize when you make a mistake while public speaking, and never acknowledge a mistake. And I sat there going, I'm like, well, why wouldn't I acknowledge it? Like, that's just human, right? To err is human. I'm going to make mistakes. I'll own up to them. And that's why I said a model of professionalism. I kind of add it in and kind of make fun of it as I go. So this is original hardware, but this is the Sega Genesis Model 1, and I'm using the backwards compatibility mode on it. And yes, I do have the power base converter. That is only compatible with the Model 1 because of the size of the slot. If I remember correctly, I had to jump over that, right? As you can tell, I'm just trying to get through this level. I am not going for gold. Well, I gotta get down here first, I remember. And by the way, this game came out in 1986. At that point in time, the most popular game on the Nintendo Entertainment System was still Super Mario Bros. When you look at Super Mario Bros. And then look at this game, the original Super Mario Bros., which game's going to look better to you? This game looks fantastic for a game from 1986. Back when nobody was really... Back, again, when they were still figuring out those rules for, There we go. For video games. The underwater level here seems to be a bit... No! 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 That wizard guy will kill you. There we go. I can pause the game because there's a pause button on the EverDrive cartridge that I'm using. Otherwise, there's a pause button on the power base converter. Let's catch up on the chat here. I think all of it is great, but streaming is just dope. I appreciate that, Italian. Really like both the live stream and the videos. It's nice to live talk. Yep, that's what I said. This is one of the goals of the channel, is me being able to talk about this stuff with people. Am I going to stream the Cowabunga collection? Ooh, interesting. You don't think it's coming to Game Pass on launch day? It'll eventually get there. I'll say eventually, yes. Because I'm sure... Oh, I forgot to grab enough money to buy this stuff. Yep. I don't need anything else. It makes this level so much easier when I can buy the car. Oh, well. Ooh. I can't duck and punch at the same time. Nice to know. So let's just say eventually I will probably do it, but I haven't, I don't own it yet. The latest game I actually bought is actually Wii Switch. Is Nintendo Switch Sports. I finally got that game because I had a reward to use. That's a bestest buy is what I call it. See there, and here's the problem I have is is that game over? Nope. I can't tell how many lives I've lost. I think that's it, though. I think that's game over. Starfield in a month? Yep. And then guess what? You start all the way back at the beginning. So I originally have this game because I have the Master System 2, and this game is built into it. But this game is actually kind of pricey to collect. So now, I have to remember to get enough money so I can buy the car. So that I don't have to grind through that level as much. The car probably won't last very long. Ah. That has an evil wizard in it, I believe. The evil wizard will destroy you. What I don't like is this is not... I forgot. I don't know why this isn't giving me the ability to see the money I've collected. But I have to collect enough money before I can get that car. So I definitely agree that this game looks better than the first Super Mario Bros., but whether or not it performs better... that's a matter of personal preference, is what I'll say. Oh, that was so close. If I can't get out of the water once I get in it. This would have kept me busy for a few weekends when this game first came out. If I would have got this with my Master System. No! The big-eared buffoon. Oh. There we go. Let's see if we can get the car. There we go. Please buy the things that you like. There we go. Now we're going to be booking. Look at how much easier this makes this. Oh! Hopefully I respawn there. If I have to hit more of these frogs, I'll be upset. Or if I have to go over any more of those pyramids. And then the Jankin tournament guy. Which, I don't know, Jankin, I don't know how to pronounce it. Yep, this is going to be where I lose all my lives now. Because it's too floaty of a jump. Hey, Brian K., welcome to the stream, and thank you so much for the happy anniversary. Really appreciate that. Okay, I was able to hit him. Let's see. Oh! His punch does not extend very far. And I'm gonna make it to the end at least. Excuse me. Anyone remember how this is supposed to go? 3 hours late, did I miss the cake and dancing? Oh, I didn't have any cake. I should have. I should have got some cake in here. I did do some live commentary over some of my first videos, and I streamed Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and actually got a little farther before I had to cheat. My throat's really starting to get dry, so I'm kind of getting a little cough going there, so sorry about that. I am Stonehead, the third henchman of the king. I will let you pass by if you win 3 Jankin matches. Anyone remember what the order is on this one? It's a shame that these games are considered retro. You're from the Atari days when we played... Oh, yeah. Gameplay versus graphics, yep. Choose either rock... scissors, paper, or stone before the music stops. Let's try paper. Course. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't go again. I'm going to look this up. Because I want to get past this. How to win every Jeng... whatever. Alright, he will play scissors, paper, paper. So I should go rock... I should have went rock the first time. Next will be scissors, scissors. Gotcha. Darn it, I lose. Darn it, I lose. Hey, thanks to the online strategy guide. Back in the day, you would have had to have memorized this or written it down on the cartridge. There we go. Let's let that sit there for a second. I saw a new comment in there. The Italian. Tyler, are you a fan of the Saints Row series? The one that was just released. Feelings have been mixed. So that's interesting. I haven't played a lot of it, actually. I remember playing it, gosh, I want to say back on the 360 once. Not that long ago. But that's been about it. First time seeing Saints Row, I thought it was different. Yeah, I don't have any opinions of it one way or the other than, sorry, I haven't played it as much. I'm not against it. It's not a game that I'm not opposed to. I do know that it's been really cheap on PC. Maybe it was PC when I first played it. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the octopus. So you can definitely tell I'm on OG hardware with it. Yep. I knew that was going to happen. You can definitely tell I'm on OG hardware with this. Because when I redid it on the DX collection or whatever it is, it did not look this sharp. Okay. Now, if I'm right, I do want to keep collecting money. Because I'm going to need that car again. Or a helicopter. Again, this looks so much better. Oh, so much better than the original Super Mario Brothers did. And considering that's what this game was meant to compete with the most, that's why I keep saying that. Because this was their answer to the first Super Mario Brothers. And was the launch title, was this a pack-in with the first one? You know what? I don't want to risk it with the big guy, so I'm going to go the southern route, and I still got hit. Fudge Sickle. There it is. Guess where I start now? The very beginning. That ain't going to happen. I do like this game, but it is sometimes frustrating. And by sometimes, I mean many times frustrating. Alright, let's go ahead and pop out of that game. We're going to try another Master System game. Can't believe it was 5 years ago when I got my Master System. The next one I'm going to play is... Let's try... I have some of the Brazil games now on here, too. It's insane the longevity this system had in Brazil. Even till the mid-20... When I did my first review, 2017, they were still selling the Master System. Oh, here's a good one. Make sure I select the right one. And... Alex Kidd is an odd yet interesting game. That's a good way... That's a good short review. Odd yet interesting. So here's a game. I actually just played this not too long ago for another video, didn't I? On the NES? No, the AV Famicom. So we played the AV Famicom version. Look at this version. It is so much better in terms of graphical detail. You can kind of tell, too, you can see a lot more of the overscan here. All of the details are not showing up there. And this is, again, one of the first games I purchased for the system, too, but I didn't play it in my first video. By the time I made that video, I hadn't played a lot of the stuff on here. This looks like the first level. And it's interesting, the only reason why this game looks the way it does is because this is based on the Sega arcade version. Not the Apple II version, which was what the Famicom version was based off of. This is the first level. The other one looked like it too. This is definitely the first level, yep. A little bit of parallax scrolling with the sprites there. Sprite flickering because we're going past the maximum limit there. What do you think? Ready to try it out? Gosh, this looks so much better than the first time I played it. There we go. Oh, that almost hit me. Oh. There's only 2 buttons. How did I drop missiles last time? Now, don't die. I gotta learn how to drop those bombs. Two are dead? How did I already lose 2 of them? That's my turn. I'm pressing both, but I'm pressing all the buttons I know how. And I can't drop bombs. Knees weak, palms are sweaty. He's ready to drop bombs, but he keeps on forgetting how to input the controls. Hey, Russell G, welcome to the stream. I appreciate the happy anniversary. Thank you. See, usually for all. That's it. That's game over. Nope, I got 1 more life left. Thought I had 0. Usually for an anniversary video, I show a project that I've done or do a game room tour. I may still do a game room tour, but that's going to have to wait until until I have time to actually do a proper tour. Am I gonna land on him? There we go. Come on, run, 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 run! Oh, that was so close. There we go. Is this enough? How many do I need to save before I can go forward? 3 are dead? How did I kill another one? But I figured doing the 5th year anniversary, it'd be great to connect with you guys directly and do a live stream of some of the earliest things that I haven't been back to since around the first early days of the channel. Oh, that's gonna be it. No, I still have another life? How many lives did I get? It says 0 helicopters left. Oh, that's how I drop bombs. What? Was that friendly fire? I was trying to figure out how to drop bombs and I kept doing it. That game is hard, but I still like that game. Yep, I just saw it, CJ. Thanks for that. I really appreciate the graphics of this version. It visually looks stunning and controls very well. It's just the best. It's just the best home version of this game at the time. I'd like to see a remaster of this game. See how far you can get. You maybe even do a level creator with it. That'd be kind of interesting. Alright, let's go ahead and reset again, and we're going to do another Master System game. And we will end with Wheel of Fortune like we usually do. Just got a little bit of time before that. We're at 8 o'clock now, my time. I've been streaming now for... How long have I been streaming for? My dashboard got taken away here. 3 hours, 37 minutes. Holy cow. You think for the 5th year I should stream for 5 hours? I don't think I'm going to make it that long. I'm already starting to get tired. Let's see what else we got on the Master System front. Oh yeah, I know I'm not streaming Sonic the Hedgehog 2, if you guys haven't noticed. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. There's a lot of different ports from, or not ports, same game names. Family games. Oh, here's a good one. I like this game. Either have beta or revision 1. I guess I'm going to have to do revision 1. Fantasy Zone. Q the Retro Gamer asked, Tyler, have you ever done a computer war? I have not. Although, once I get my hands on an Atari machine and a CGA graphics card for the IBM, I will definitely be open to that. I could start doing some reviews. I have a VIC-20, an Apple IIc, and a C64. Those are the most retro computers I have. And I would definitely like to do an 8-bit computer war. If I did emulation, I guess I could do it now, to be honest. And maybe it could be that I have to do it in emulation, because I'm sure those things are not going to look any better once I plug them into these. And to get them all working and all that stuff. I'm definitely open to it. Do it, I only live once. We'll see, Russell. We'll see. You played Choplifter on the Atari 7800. A friend had it on the Master System, but very few games, yep. Teddy Boy was fun on the Master System. I don't know if I have that, but I'll look. Dad72, if you have Fantasy Zone for the Game Gear, then this is the same version. It's just the screen is more zoomed out. As far as I know. Atari versus Commodore versus Apple. Ooh, that'd be good. Everything but PC. How about the pre-PC war? That'd be interesting. Because the IBM PC really wasn't meant for gaming when it first came out. They wanted to appeal to a gaming crowd a little bit, but they really weren't meant as home machines. That's from my research. I haven't done the whole research on it. Castle of Illusion was on the Master System. That's one I may play as well. I do have that one. Watched it on YouTube, and it looked really challenging. I don't know if it's challenging. Hey, Matthew. Hey, Tyler. Oh, from Mega Replay today. So I bumped into you earlier. So yeah, I did some, I say thrifting, but I guess that's not really a true thrift store. But yeah, it's nice to run into you today. Yep, celebrating the 5th year anniversary today of the Player One Start channel, so glad you can make it in. Yes, the pre-PC war. Asking your receive, but I'll tell you this, Q. It could be a while till I get to it. I gotta finish the Super Nintendo review, and I have to finish the 16-bit war before I even consider doing that. I thought about doing the 8-bit PC war and then having 8-bit computers face off against 8-bit consoles. That would be intense, though. That'd take a lot of things to do. Alright, let's go ahead and see how far I can get through this. Oh, the ending looked challenging? Well, I probably wouldn't even get close to the ending. So this game really shows off the advanced color palette of the Sega Master System. But, the color palette of the first level is not that appealing. The pink and green aesthetic, I call it the Easter aesthetic, really is one that, oh geez, that I don't think is as appealing as some of the other ones. It makes it look too kid cartoony. But this game is definitely not kid difficulty. You know what? I saw the shop go through and I probably should have bought something. And yes, the static background they have to do on here, because parallax scrolling was still difficult to do on this system. It really makes the... there we go. I was surprised I lasted as long as I did. Hey, it knows my name. It really makes the targets you're supposed to hit here, these little mouth things, I don't know what to call them. It makes them blend into the background, especially when you start scrolling at a high speed. Okay, good, I didn't lose any of my money. There it is. Good luck with this. The very first time until you figure out how to make your way through it. That just basically vomits a whole bunch of these things out at you. Almost kind of Cuphead inspired here, isn't it? Look at the amount of stuff they're throwing at you, and the Master System doesn't seem to blink an eye. And see, this isn't a very appealing color palette either. Oh, I hate these things. Alright, let's shop. Let's see if I can find something. Turbo engine would be good. A wide beam. And twin bombs. Let's see. Really, the bad part about this is that this will not last long. Yep, I'm already out. So that made it easier for a couple of minutes. Oh, that follows you around. There I am. That turbo engine really messes you up. See, I exploded that thing at the same time it hit me. That's it. That's game over. I made it through the first level. I'm not going to grind through this too much, but that's another game at the very beginning that would have made the NES cower to its knees had they been able to compete fairly in that market. Hey, we can see a couple of the other levels there. Yeah, I was going to say the demo screens don't last long on this one. For some reason. You want to try Castle of Illusion? Oops. This. It keeps changing the screen resolution, so I'm hoping this doesn't make my capture card stop doing it. So what's interesting is that this came out on the Master System after the Genesis came out. / Mega Drive. And the Genesis came out in the US before it hit Europe, so that's probably why this came out. The Master System was a huge hit in Europe. Some of my European viewers have already mentioned that. I'm going to change that message just because it might be bugging some people and I keep forgetting to look at it. Oops. Oh, that's why that's back. Alright. So this game also came out on the Genesis, which is probably where most people in the US remember playing it for the first time, if they ever played it. Once Upon a Mouse. Oh, I should have let that play through. Let's go on normal. You must find the 7 gems of the rainbow. They will give you the power to overcome Miserable. But be careful, the gems are protected by the Masters of Illusion. Again, the detail's good on this one, but the graphics look a little slower and choppier. Oh, I forgot. Nope. There it is. So I forgot how to do his butt bounce. Sega and Disney had a... Oh, what? I have to re-get used to the controls. Sega and Disney had a good relationship back in the early 90s. Ooh. There we go. Oh. I feel like that was a no-win scenario there. And yes, automatically respawning enemies. It's almost like Capcom made this. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's a trick. Am I supposed to go down there? I'm not quite sure. Apparently not. Oh, I can pick these up and throw them. Supposed to get through there again? Maybe the answer is I... Darn it. Maybe the answer is I don't. Sparkster is a challenging game. I'll say some of the most challenging games I've ever played have been UK-developed games. Games developed in the UK. They have a completely different sense of fair play than I do. Okay. Oh. First boss? Heck yeah. Oh. Oh. That's it. Oh, I got 2 tries. Good. Whew. This is pretty challenging, especially for a little kid's game. Oh. Ooh. Oh. 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 It's hard to avoid those leaves. Got another try. Let's see if I can beat him. Wow. That is terrible. Already game over. Not that I need a ways to continue on that, but let's try it. I can go somewhere else, but since I know how to get there now. Surprisingly, a lot of animation on Mickey for an 8-bit system as well. I guess I kind of fell into it the first time, but who was supposed to know that you can fall through this to get down to the bottom? Who, I ask you? Who? Oh. Of course. We're a little too close to the tree there. Yeah, you have to get kind of close so you can hit him, because otherwise there's not enough time to hit him again. After he unleashes his attack. This attack right there really makes me nervous. Alright, I have 3 more tries at this. Let's see if we can get him. See, he's already gone into his tornado form. There we go. So you have to... Oh! You have to jump when he unleashes that first leaf. And that timing is close. Oh. Got him that time. So once you figure out the strategy, it's not as hard. Been a while since I played this game. Probably the 8-bit Wars the last time I played this game. Oh yes. I have like the circus level. The game does almost seem like it has a hard time scrolling when Mickey's standing on that platform. Ooh. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to use that Mickey barrel to do something, but... Ah. Oh, it doesn't get rid of the airplane, it just makes him spin. What? What in the world was that? Physics in this game aren't up to snuff for a platformer. Oh! Didn't know those were gonna drop. Yeah. Ooh. Can I drop it? There we go. Thanks, Italian. Oh! In my opinion, no way not to take a hit there. Feel like I should take the ladder instead of jumping down the chute. Some exploration needed in this area. Oh! Okay, I feel like I would have almost ended up in the same spot. Nope, I would not have. So that's where I needed to go, is that bottom one. Good to know, good to know. Man, that is sensitive. A lot of, I would call it almost frame-perfect jumps in this game. Yes, the Master System does look way different than the Genesis version. What? See? This is what I talk about when I say UK game development. A lot of trolling stuff, like how was I supposed to know that I was going to fall through there? It's already a difficult move to pull off. They put some bricks that look like they're going to do something, but don't. Okay. Well then. That's not the way to do it. So it looks like I have to throw the thing first. Well, I guess I should have tried that differently. Oh yes, and this is the part I wanted to come back to, the difficult jump. Some game developer who's in his 80s now who developed this game, and he's like, I'm still tricking those kids even years later. Okay, well, that didn't work out the way I planned. Oh, that's so close. As I say, is this the way I need to go? And they time it out so that car will be right above there if you try to go straight forward. What is this thing? Ah. Well, now I gotta do that all over again, don't I? Ah. Nope. Wow. It does look way shorter than the Genesis version, I agree with that. Oh, why did I do that? Who needs a PlayStation 5 or a Series X when you have a Sega Master System? That's why you want to use the ladder. Last try. I said the game punishes you if you try to take a shortcut. This is how they got so much playtime out of games back in the day. They kept trolling you. If the gamer's having a good time playing your game is not entertaining enough. What the fudge? I keep jumping over it. Too far. There we go. And I've noticed how quickly the whatchamacallits, not power-ups, I got one shot at this. And there it is. Well, that's it for the Castle of Illusion. That was a good suggestion. I think I got time for one more bathroom break, and then I'm going to try another Master System game when I come back. So stay tuned. We're not done with the 5-year anniversary stream yet.
for failure.
Alrighty, back at it. So this is Aladdin for the Master System. I probably haven't played this since the Strange Case of Aladdin, where I showcased 3 different versions of Aladdin that were produced, all commissioned by Disney. But they didn't do with any other games. I'm going to stand up here for just a second because my legs were getting a little stiff. Oh. Stretch it out. Stretch it out. I should do an exercise routine so I don't have to sit in the chair and let my legs tired there. Alright. What happens when you sit for almost 4 hours straight? You always have to get up at least once an hour. Stretch things out. I'm still not feeling very comfortable. This chair is made by Serta, and it is very comfortable normally. The problem is I'm just a tad bit too tall for the chair. So what I've done is I've propped it up on these little like bed risers, and I've put the thing all the way far down, and it's like 1 inch too high now. But if I don't use the bed risers, it's like 4 inches too short. So I guess I gotta go with either way. Let's see if I can raise the chair a little bit. That feels a little better. We'll see what happens. I also had a point. I don't know, did that happen on stream when I fell out of this chair? It's because one of the bed risers, they're not attached to anything, so one of them became cockeyed, and when I sat and leaned back in the chair, the whole thing went over. Was that on stream when that happened? Anyone remember? This is not the same game as the Genesis or the SNES version. No, you are correct. It is completely separate. Still good graphics, though. This is the same one that came out on the Game Gear. If you've ever played the Game Gear version. Back when I did that version... back when I did that video with the Strange Case of Aladdin, I didn't own this for the Master System. I only owned it for the Game Gear. So I have the zoomed-in Game Gear version that I play. That's a bit, that was emulated. Want to see what this looks like? Isn't Aladdin... No, Aladdin is not the same on the Genesis and the Super Nintendo. That's why I said the Strange Case of Aladdin. There were 3 different versions made, but the Lion King does not suffer from that same issue. So here we have, this is like Temple Run. And yes, on the Game Gear, this is insanity. The screen crunch is too high. So you can't see these obstacles coming. Definitely not as quickly as you can here. So this section's incredibly easy when you play it on the Master System version. Nice little parallax scrolling effect they have going on here. Ooh, almost got hit by that one. And of course, the more you get hit by barrels, the closer you get to the background. And you also see the 3D scrolling of the buildings in the background. That was something that was good attention to detail there. A nice little trick. Whoops. I think I'm pretty close to the end. Yep. That's the first level. You'd better be able to pay for that, Apple. He doesn't say Apple on the movie. You'd better be able to pay for that. She goes, pay? Thief! Do you know what the penalty is for stealing? Aladdin doesn't care. Gotta eat to live. Oh yeah, look at this. He mauls his face off. I'm sorry, gouges out his eyes. Gotta eat to live, gotta steal to eat, otherwise we get along. Who would put Aladdin at the bottom? Bow, bow. Now the problem is I haven't seen that movie in so long. I'm getting lyrics from Prince Ali stuck in my head in that part of the. It's a later song in the movie. Bow, bow. Hey, I see Pizza Boy. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the happy 5th anniversary. I appreciate that. Running simulator? Yeah. It's not all the levels. The first 2 levels are like that, and then the third one is a free-roaming platforming level. Starting a new job tomorrow? That's awesome, I see Pizza Boy. Hopefully it works out better for you. Will you have to change your screen name? No longer the Pizza Boy? I keep wanting to call you Fry because of that name. Yay, I'm a delivery boy! Oh yes, and that's one of the things I thought, is that these are more accurate cutscenes than any of the other 2 games. It's not much, but it's got a great view. Oh, it's wonderful, Aladdin. So, where are you from? What does it matter? I ran away and I am not going back. Do you trust me? What? Do you trust me? Yes. Then jump! You would think there's going to be another running section here, but there's not. Unhand him by order of the princess. I would, princess, except my orders come from Jafar. You'll have to take it up with him. Oh, sorry. Yeah, see? As I said, accurate. This game is more accurate than all the other ones. In terms of their cutscenes. Princess, how may I be of service? The guards just took a boy from the market. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm doing the wrong voice there. On your orders. Your father has charged me with keeping the peace in Agrabah. What was his crime? Why, kidnapping the princess, of course. I don't know why British makes the villain more. And here we go, next level. There's the pause button. Let's see here. Pizza delivery for Icy Wiener? Oh, crud. I don't do a very good fry. But they played that scene so many times throughout the show. You'll still be a delivery person for CVS. Nice. You know what? The CVS in my town will not deliver. The person who runs the pharmacy just doesn't want to deal with it, so they just don't. I don't know how they get away with that. Not that I need them to deliver, but... Boy, this game does have some great parallax scrolling. I said it's very impressive, the detail they put into here, considering, I think Majesco did this title. Got full in here, yep. So you get to be the new guy. Probably not offhand, but I'm a CVS Omnicare warehouse. Well, hey. Oh, like I said, hoping for the best. Oh yeah, this is the weird thing too. So look how he jumps. You press it, and he goes to jump before he actually jumps. So if you have to do any tight platforming, it's going to be delayed. And then if you're running, he'll like leap in whatever direction you're going. Really throws me off. It's like, don't hold the button down here to get up here. And yes, those water droplets will kill you. I was going to say, I knew there was like a jump I had to make there. Now you got that pizza delivery for Icy Wiener. Oh, crud. I don't know why. Oh, I almost forgot. Can I keep going? No, I cannot. I think I have to be up on that ledge before I make the jump. Now I remember. Oh, I think there's unlimited continues in this game as well. If I remember correctly. If I'm also correct too, there's a type of level here that is exclusive to the, I keep saying Game Gear version, but... Is there a way to run? I forgot how to avoid those. So the apple restores health, I think, right? Oh, half a health. Can't stay on that platform too long if I remember correctly. And then, this is the weirdest move ever. There's a way to slide underneath there. I cannot remember how to do it. Give me just a second. Is it both buttons? I have the 6-button controller, so I'm trying everything. Oh, yes. Double tap to run. And then B to jump. There we go. Double tap the arrow to run. And then A or B to slide. I believe there's only a couple of times where you need to know that move. Okay. Whoops. Cannot remember what I'm supposed to be doing there. If I remember, if I die, I go back to the very beginning of this stage, I think. So, Italian, that was interesting about the price increase, is that the price increase for the PlayStation 5 is only overseas, not here in the US. So I was wondering why everyone over here was trying to make a bigger deal out of it. I'm like, I mean, obviously they got to make their money off of it, right? But I also know that if Xbox doesn't increase the price over here, then Sony's not going to. And over here meaning in the US. So here it is, I'm trapped here again. Double tap, slide. There we go. Knew there was something I was supposed to throw at that. Yes, that's what I said. There's no price change happening in the US. That's why I wanted to point that out, because it is being presented as clickbait in that manner. I just want people to get the accurate information that they need. Oh. Do I need that key? I hope I don't have to go back and get that key. And yes, this was a pain to get on the Game Gear, too. Yep, I think I need that key. I have to say, I've never seen any cartoon character labor up the stairs as much as I do. But I kind of wondered if the pricing of consoles were going to go up, because the retro consoles are definitely highly priced right now. So I wondered if it was just a matter of time before the modern consoles followed suit. Like, hey, our latest PlayStation's the same cost of a Neo Geo AES. That came out like 50 years ago. Maybe we should raise our pricing. I mean, plus, it's been selling on eBay for so much now, for so long. I'm sure Sony's like, we could have been making so much more money off of this. Yes, those are very tight jumps, by the way. A lot more than I'm making them out to be. Yep. Didn't know how to avoid that. The quest did go up as well, yeah. I think... Ooh, darn it. I think everything is gonna... Darn it. Do I have to get that key again? Guess who has to get the key again? Give you one hint, it's me. So I don't know how you're supposed to not get hit by that thing. And perhaps that's why I'm not very good at this game. So yeah, have you noticed how this is not the same as either the Sega Genesis or that? That's why I did a video about this a while back, but a lot of people haven't seen it. It's one of those videos that got copyright stricken, so I had to redo the whole thing. Yes, for some strange reason they thought A Whole New World was the movie version. Which kind of explains why the Game Boy Advance port took away that song, I guess. Oh. I think that's the end of the level. Now we have another cutscene. Good detail on this game, though. We don't need any more price increases. Sadly, that's the world we live in. I'm not saying there's no such thing as inflation, and I don't ever mean to say that. I know there is such a thing as inflation, and it is happening. But retailers don't need any excuses, especially ones that consumers will accept for price increases, because then they're going to increase the price. Why wouldn't you? If consumers will accept a price increase, they're going to increase the price. Oh, here we go. This is the non... Yep. This is the non-chase segment where you get to... Oh, yes. I forgot. If you collect any of the treasure, you die. I forgot completely about that because that's part of the movie. Luckily, we get to try again. Must be that blast processing on the Master System for those good graphics. Yeah. Oh yeah, that gem threw me off the first time too, because you want to collect those in the other game. Ooh, that was close. There we go. And I'm not doing anything, this is a cutscene. Try to post your Beat Saber videos on your Facebook, they hit you with a copyright? Really? Then put them on YouTube and have them share on Facebook, that's okay. Yeah, there's definitely some wonkiness they gotta figure out. It's like you're promoting their video game and they won't let me. Yep. I've had that happen before too. Infidels, you have touched the forbidden treasure. Now you shall never again see the light of day. I may have seen this movie a couple of times. And now for another chase segment. Only this one makes sense. I don't know if I'll make it through on the first run. It is definitely a lot easier on the Master System than on the Game Gear, because again, the screen crunch on the Game Gear, it's like not quite half, maybe 2/3 the size of this screen. And this is in widescreen resolution because this is a game that was exclusive to PAL regions, thankfully, the Sega Master System is region-free. So you can play it on a North American one and without too many glitches. Am I supposed to be doing something? Nope. Here comes Jaffer. Give me the lamp! Hold on, I can't hold on, give me your hand! First give me the lamp! And then he does the stupidest thing ever. Okay, here you go. Yep. And now for your reward. Your eternal reward. Hopefully I don't get copyright stricken for that. Oh, they had to show Abu stealing the lamp, didn't they? It's funny, the guy who did the voice of Scooby-Doo also does the voice of Abu in this one. I think. He also does the voice of Nibbler on Futurama, which is why I started thinking about that earlier. I said this would have been mind-blowing to see back in the 80s. The graphical detail, the fact that it looks just like the Disney drawings. Just a little pixelated. Not enough detail on the faces, but Abu gouging somebody's eyes out. You have landed on CAV Laserdisc. It has 4 sides. Oh, that's awesome. Sir, you're a lot smaller than my last master. I can't do a good Robin Williams impression. Wait a minute. I'm your master? Are they allowed to say that anymore? That's right. I think this is oversimple. I don't think those are the same words. What would you wish me? 3 wishes to be injected. And an X-nay on the wishing for more wishes. I don't know, Boo. He probably can't even get us out of this cave. Excuse me, are you talking to me? Did you wake me up? Did you rub my lamp? Like, I don't think so. Not right now. You're getting your wishes, so sit down! And he says, there are exits here, here. Fasten your seatbelt, because we are out of here. Alright, how about that, huh? Do you doubt me now? That was not words in the actual movie. Oh, you sure showed me. Now, about my 3 wishes. Excuse me. Baking powder. Did I hear 3? You are down by 1. Actually, no, I never wished you to go out of the cave. Which, if he was a true genie, he would just put him right back in the cave and be like, alright, now what do you wish for? I never actually wished you to go out of the cave. You did it out on your own. He goes, well, don't I feel sheepish? Alright, you bad boy. But no more freebies, alright? So, 3 wishes. What would you wish for? Say, this cutscene goes on for a while, too, and it's, again, one of the most accurate in terms of dialogue and the scenery out of all 3 of the games. The other 2 kind of went along with it. Are they still playing the, No, they're playing like a generic theme. Damon, yes, I did meet Gilbert Gottfried, yep. He came to the local comedy club, Peoria Jukebox Comedy Club, and that's where I met him. Delivered to George W. Bush's Secret Service? Nice. When he was running in 2000. Okay, so he wasn't president yet. Did I ever tell you guys the story about how I almost got tased by the White House security when I went to visit the White House back in 2009? I said, Genie, I wish for you to make me a prince. I like how they changed that. Actually, it was one of the few changes that I really liked when they remade Aladdin. It was with the Will Smith version. was that they kind of made fun of it, where he says, "Hey, you got to be really specific with your wishes. You can't just say make me a prince," and then he like this random person gets generated and says, "Yoo-hoo." I thought I was supposed to hit him somehow. We're definitely going to try again. So yeah, this is one of the first times I've ever seen them do a level accurate to this section of the game too. Like, and they instantly take all your life, and I'm supposed to throw that thing at him. To her. Oh no, I meant to choose the wrong one. Well, you guys get the password if you guys want to pop in here sometime, but I guess that's going to end my run on that inadvertently. We're at that time, though, folks. I don't think I have time for another Master System game because we got to play some Wheel of Fortune. So, let's go ahead and get this swapped out here. I got through more Master System games than I thought I would. First, I got to check. I don't believe there is, but just in case there is. No, there's Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, but there's not a Wheel of Fortune for the Master System. I didn't think so. Now I gotta remember how to play the Genesis games on this thing. And there's only one Wheel of Fortune. And yes, I finally got it. Remember last time I was missing it on the Genesis? I finally got the Genesis version. Because when I played it before, I forgot. When I started playing Wheel of Fortune, it was when I was doing the Sega CD capture stuff. So you're about to see a graphical upgrade here. Russell G says, your mom has watched Wheel of Fortune your whole life. Yep, since the 80s and still going. Yep, same here. You only own Wheel of Fortune on the NES. Yep, I have it on almost every console it ever came out for. Including, no joke, I'll show you this one as this is loading up. You won't believe me unless I show you. Hey, there's Vanna White. Alright, there's this huge box here. Including a all-in-one self-contained unit of Wheel of Fortune that I can plug into a TV. We're going to play that version someday. It's not going to be today. But I do have a lot of different versions of Wheel of Fortune, I guess. Partially because it's a staple now on the stream. Well, I can use all three buttons now. Press the... And I have a start button. Computer easy, timer speed slow. Good. I think I've got that sound effects on, alright.
How many players would you like?
That's some good speech for here.
Would you like to play against the computer?
No, thank you.
Enter your name.
Glad you grew up without cell phones and internet. You went outside. Oh, what a terrible time to live. Enter my name. It is player one. You got it. P-L-A. I have said this many times, though. I am glad when I was growing up there was no camera device that could capture every single thing when I was younger. That would have been embarrassing.
Please choose a character.
Colors at the box, Wheel of Fortune on every system. No, that is not just Wheel of Fortune. That's actually all of my... That box currently has my Super Nintendo 2 in it, but it also has all of my tabletop self-contained games. So the plug-and-play games are all in there. That box has been sitting there for almost 5 years. And I just keep adding to it as I get more plug-and-play games. I meant to do a video about plug-and-play games a while back. I just never got around to it. There's a bunch of videos I just haven't got around to yet. That shows how long his career is, yep. But the anniversary is only for the syndicated version. He has hosted for more than 40 years, yep. You had to go outside because nobody had air conditioning. Yeah, that was true, Jet Streamer. I remember there were days where we couldn't stay upstairs on the second floor. We had to sleep downstairs because it was just too hot upstairs. They still wouldn't turn on the air. All right, yep, we're starting to get the letters in. Yep, you're done with breakfast. You don't come back till lunch. My mom was okay as long as I came back till dark. She didn't mind that I didn't leave all the time. Because I had 3 older brothers, I was the last one, so. If you want to A button. Let's go ahead. It's a person. Or person. Oh, if I want a different... Oh, no, I want a different puzzle. I don't want person. Thing. That's our favorite category. That's intense. Oh. I wonder if they're doing that with color palette changes. That's actually pretty loud. Choose a letter. What was the first letter? I already forgot it. I'm going to say R for a pirate's favorite letter. That's usually what we go with. Yep, Italians got it. Oh, no R's. S is the next letter I see. I don't like how it doesn't tell me, it just tells me the value at the top. No S's either. R and S. We only had fans as kids. Yep, that's what I remember. And it's kind of funny. When we went to Texas, my mom gave me grief for saying, because I almost got heat stroke on our first day down in Texas. And eventually it got better. I just got way overheated on the first day. I should have worn a hat the whole time. L. I was thinking we're losing out on letters, so that made me think of L. So yep, and my mom said that I wasn't able to handle the heat as well because of all the times she turned on the air conditioning when we were kids. I literally looked at her and I said, "We had air conditioning?" And she gave me like the evilest death stare. Because I questioned, "Yes, that's why we paid so much for our electric bill." And I'm like, "Really?" I was shocked because you guys almost never turned it on. Now, when I was in high school, that was a different story. When I got a job, I said, "I'm buying a window air conditioner. I am turning it on even if you guys don't." And again, I was the last one, so they didn't put up as big of a fight with me. Did I just go bankrupt? What happened? When you were 10, you used to ride your bike for miles. Now parents get raked over the coals. Oh yeah, if their child is more than a mile away from home. And they can tell because they track them with their cell phone. Right? Going to Toys R Us was better than going to Willy Wonka's. Yep. Well, you could play the store console demo on there. Since I live in a rural community, that's something I never had the opportunity to do on a daily basis. That was a treat. My parents would go to the mall. I would play the kiosk at the Babbage's in the mall. Then I'd go to Suncoast Video and I'd watch one of the movies they had planned there. My mom treated going to the mall like it was an all-day event. There were several times we went to the mall. We got there when they opened. And when my mom was checking out, they were shutting off the escalators and they were shutting off all the lights. Literally there all day. Timer's not running out quickly. I need more letters. I'm not really getting this puzzle. I never would have thought that would have the most letters in here. Huh. Well, now I know what it is. B was the correct letter to choose. H, I like the H. I already chose the N. I'm going to solve. Oh, there is another constant there. So yes, and they did have an arcade, and my parents would every once in a while, they would give me $5, sometimes less, $5 to go spend at the arcade. $5 lasted maybe 10, 15 minutes if you stretched it. So I spent the rest of the time just wandering the mall, 8 years old, wandering around to different stores. My brother would sometimes accompany, sometimes we'd go do whatever. We'd play in the fountain. We did all the stuff in the mall. Which is hilarious because that store that used to be the one that my mom spent the most time in, I wouldn't go in that store for years after because of how much time my mom spent in there when I was a kid. There was like a stigma, like I couldn't physically bring myself to enter that store. Even if I needed something in there, I wouldn't go in. Because it was open to close on the weekends. We would go to that store maybe once a month, and we'd spend 16 hours at that store. We'd eat breakfast, and they say, once we're done here, we're going to eat dinner. I need a letter. H, we're going to go with H. No H's. We'll go with N next. I see Pizza Boy, you got it. Sorry, I got kind of worked up on the... Oh, it was just... That's part of the reason why I don't like shopping today. I will not go... I don't like going to the mall. But what's hilarious is that store that I wouldn't go in, it is sweet irony, it turned into an arcade. Because the store she used to go into shut down. The store that bought them out shut down. And now half of it is a furniture store, the other half is an arcade. And as a kid, I used to fantasize, like, for some reason, I never thought to bring my Game Boy. And I should have. I don't think I was actually allowed to take my Game Boy into stores. Or did it N? R, the pirate's favorite letter, is in this puzzle. That is torture in some countries. That's what I said. And $5 was to... if I would have been smart, I went to the food court. But when my parents told me to spend money on something specific... I thought I would get in trouble if I didn't spend that money there. So they said, this is $5 for the arcade. I wouldn't think, oh, I should go get a soda at the food court with that. I need to go to the arcade and spend that money. Because that's what they told me to do. So, yes, there were some days where we didn't eat most of the day. And, of course, I was always overweight, so that my mom thought that was a good thing if I didn't eat. Anywho. Other letters we got? I'm going to go with the S and T from previous ones then. No S's. Let's get some vowels going up in here. See some vowel action. Couple of those. The mall was a bit... That's why I said it was a weekend destination. Sunday we go to church. I don't know if we went shopping on Sundays and that's when we did it, or Saturdays. But I do remember it was daylight when we went there. It was always dark when we left. And I remember there was one time, it took so long for my mom to check out at that store I told you about that shut down, that there was only 4 people left in that store. My parents, or I guess more than 4 people, my parents, me and my brother, and the manager of the store and the person who was checking us out. I don't know what the issue was, but we were there for like an hour after they closed trying to get everything rung up. My mom knows how to shop for a bargain, so that was probably something where they weren't honoring something. Coupons were always that one. I got A, L, and M. I'm going to go with L and M next, and then I'll pick the A.
Choose a letter.
The weekends you and your friends got your bike, spent all day at the flea market near us. Good times. I would have loved going to a flea market more than that. The problem is, there were other stores. We'd go into Spencer's, and we'd take a look at all the cool crap they had in there. We would go to... I said Suncoast Video. Babbage's was one. We actually had a Babbage's and an electronics boutique in that one, so that was nice. I'd go into one store, I'd play the Super Nintendo, go in the other store, play the Genesis. Did we have a Sam Goody as well? No, there was a KB Toys. Did I say the M? Yes. And then the A is next. All these stores I'm talking about are KB Toys. All that stuff was shut down. KB Toys is where I got my Super Empire Strikes Back for clearance. because it was $5, and somehow, oh, come on,
Choose a letter.
somehow I lost the box for that. I had collected that one late enough in my life to realize I needed to keep the box, and somehow I lost it before I got over there. A was a good buy. Anybody know who this is? Because I don't. Muriel. You were a skater, would come home all banged up. Oh yeah, do you do the inline skating or rollerblades or regular skates? Or ice skating? Built a bicycle a week ago. Is that you and I are looking for other... Are you looking for other...
A letter.
Marcel? Oh, Marcel Marceau? Yeah, thanks for the Marcel. I never would have got that. It's Marcel Marceau. I don't know who that is, but I recognize the name. Good job on that. That's a tough name. A lot of people mentioned bikes when they were growing up, but believe it or not, it's not that I don't know how to ride a bike. I never did finish learning how to ride a bike. I think by the time my parents got to me as the last kid out of 4 kids, they were tired of trying to teach a kid how to bike, and I was more, I'll say, challenged with learning. And my dad in particular does not have the patience for teaching. So if I didn't pick it up naturally, he just basically said, well, if you don't do that, we're just going to stop trying. And I was one who was kind of fickle too. I was very afraid of getting injured. I remember that. And falling off my bike, so I wouldn't even try with certain things. So eventually they got me an adult trike. So that's what I had as a bike, was a trike. One of those big 3-wheeled old person bikes. And to this day, I cannot ride a regular bike. It's one of the things that I throw into a 2 truths and a lie scenario when people try to guess which one's the 2 truths and a lie. One of them is I can play Adele's Hello on piano. Another one is I don't know how to ride a bike. And the third one is I was once an off-screen extra when they filmed The Dark Knight in Chicago. Which one of those do you think is not true? You already know which one. The bike is one of the truths. I don't know how to ride a bike. So is it I can play Adele's Hello on piano, or I was once an off-screen extra when they filmed The Dark Knight in Chicago? Off-screen meaning you can't see me in the movie.
Choose a letter.
My guesses are a bit far behind. Another French? Is this the French edition of Wheel of Fortune? Le Petit Déjeuner. Eight-year-old Nate still uses training wheels, but she's just too afraid to ride on 2 wheels. That was probably my problem. Like I said, that's not typical for boys. Oh, I have to spin again? Did I go bankrupt? Oh, I lost my turn. I should be paying more attention to that. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, why are we getting these things? Maybe I did pick the wrong version, but that's the only Wheel of Fortune I had.
Choose a letter.
And I thought it said world version. No S's.
Choose a letter.
This is going to be very challenging. Marcel Marceau was in Barbarella. Interesting. With a speaking part. Oddly enough, it was dubbed.
Choose a letter.
Another word and's got to be in there, so... vowel.
Choose a letter.
Yeah, Vanna White's in this one too, and I don't think Vanna White was in the French version. A was a good buy. $1,500. I see Pete's Boy, you got the next letter with D. Oh, two of them. It's $3,000. We'll see if we can get this. I'm going to go with some other vowels here real quick. Let's fill in this puzzle. Interesting.
Choose a letter.
We got all the vowels. We can see. We can see. $5,000? Ah, 5,000 would have been good. Oh, I see Pete's Boy. I think you might have it. Yep, I just saw that. No double letters that I can make out. I didn't buy the U yet. LeVar Burton. Oh yeah, Geordie LaForge. How do you spell that? Burton. Let's see if we can solve. There we go. Nice. It would have taken me forever to get LeVar. I'm like, why are we getting these French terms in here?
Congratulations.
There we go. Now, the strange thing is, you may not know this about me, I can't ride a regular bike, but I can ride a motorcycle. Jet Screamer, I kind of agree with you. All right, we're on the final puzzle round, middle E, whenever I can. Things. Well, that's descriptive. As long as it's not French, we'll get it. All right. Need some letters here. R obviously is going to be up there. I always go with D, H, M, O. Well, anybody got them? Is it wedding? Wedding vows? Did I just get it? Holy cow. The first time in a long time I haven't needed help on this.
Congratulations, you've won the bonus round.
Nice! Just standing there with his jaw wide open, I agree. Kind of like me. Huh? Huh? Oh, we'll be right back. Oh, $25,000. Heck yeah, I'll take that. When did this game come out? 1990? And then you get to hear the YM, what is it? 2612, whatever it's called. 36 something. You get to hear the synthesis of the Genesis play the Wheel of Fortune theme. Folks, we got almost right to the 5-hour mark here with this. So I've been streaming for 5 hours. I do have to work tomorrow. There is no stream tomorrow, and just to let you know, before we break off, I will be streaming on Sundays for the foreseeable future, as my Monday nights are being taken up with all the extracurriculars I'm involved with school. I got football, esports, and Scholastic Bowl all coming up.
Would you like to play again?
So at least till the end of the year, we're going to have all that stuff. So, before I forget to say so, I do want to thank every single one of you who have been important to this channel, who tuned into the stream today. Thank you for making the 5-year anniversary of this channel very memorable, helping me commemorate it, and thanks for your support, everyone, for the last 5 years. I would like to say 5 more years to come, but really, I want it to be more than 5 years, so I'm not going to tempt fate by just saying more to come. Thank you, everyone, for everything you guys have done for me. I appreciate all of you, and yeah, I just can't I just can't articulate what this has meant to me. I will say, and I'm gonna get teary-eyed here a little bit. Sorry, when I first started this channel, I was not in a very good place mentally, and it's still something I struggle with. Obviously, you see someone like me, you may think, oh, I have it all together, right? But to tell you the truth, I was not in a good place mentally. I said my grandma just passed, a beloved family pet had just passed. My dream job in the world was teaching. When everyone asked me since I was a kindergarten, I wanted to be a teacher. And sadly, it just didn't work out for me to actually do that. So, I had to settle for what I have now, which is actually a dream job. Like I said, my eyes started burning too, so that didn't work out. Ugh. So the fact that I was able to do something like this on the side and not only grow to love it, I started out enjoying it, but I've grown to love this, and it's become a part of my life for the past 5 years, and so have all of you. Really, it came out of an act of desperation. I was really trying to find people out there who are just as interested in all this stuff as I am, and the fact that you are all out there, you all accepted me in, has been, I said, indescribable. I have no words for it, so all I can do is say thank you. So, oh yeah, the Italian says, what is the answer to Two Truths and a Lie? I can play Adele's Hello on piano beautifully. You should ask me to do it sometime. So, I was not an off-screen extra in The Dark Knight when they filmed in Chicago, though I really wanted to. They put it out on Facebook and social media when they were in town. And yeah, that's why I said the ride a bike. Everyone thinks it's the ride a bike. Everyone knows how to ride a bike. But here's the way I've always put it out. I know how to swim. I don't know how to ride a bike. There's never been a point in my life where riding a bike would have saved my life. But there's been times where swimming did. So, yep, there you go. Off-screen, I was not an off-screen extra. So, yeah, that's maybe someday in the cards. Some other things I'll add in there too. I've starred in a commercial for a local bar. Starred meaning front and center in the frame. That's true. I attended trivia that I used to one of my friends does at one of the local bars, and one day they were shooting a commercial in there. And they said, oh, we'll sit you somewhere in the back so that you won't be in there. Because I'm like, I work at a school district. I kind of like not to star in a bar commercial. They said, oh, okay, that's fine. And I kid you not, when I said they put me front and center in the frame. And I'm a big person, so everybody I work with in the school district saw that commercial. And they all said, hey! Every single time they saw me, they would say whatever the slogan was for the bar. And it just so happened that someone from my hometown was in the World Series that year. And that bar had bought a lot of advertising for the games for that baseball team. So, because someone from my hometown competed in it, and he won the MVP from that town and everything too. So everybody, when I say everybody and their mom saw that commercial, everybody and their mom saw that commercial. So if you guys can find it and look it up, that was before Player One start. I starred in a bar commercial, unintentionally. I mean, there's tons of stuff in there, too. Just some weird things you never would have thought would happen. You thought the Batman story was too specific? Yeah. Usually they say that details are too a good lie, too. So I'll add more details into the other stuff. So, like I'll say, I never learned how to ride a bike due to equipment failure. I'll add something like that in there. So, like, equipment failure, what's that mean? But it's true. Training wheels kept bending and breaking off because I was overweight. You were at a fest yesterday for a 4-hour concert. Nice. Long day, yep. The 5 hours flew by fast. Like I said, I'm almost out of things to say, so before I go on too long on this long ramble, you guys have been on the stream for a while too, so I don't think the stream ever dipped down into single digits the whole time I've been on, so again, appreciate everyone for tuning in. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if a video is coming out this week, but if it is, look for it on Thursday. Otherwise, next Sunday is when I plan on streaming again, so have a great week, everyone. Have a good night. Thanks for 5 years, and hope to see you guys for Many, many more to come. Have a good night, everyone.